come back together and wrap up our general fund discussion and then move into the enterprise fund. So these next couple of items for the engineering department and for the sustainability will be, I think, more concise topics. So for engineering department, just to kind of set the baseline, I mean, we currently have myself and Morgan DeWitt, who you see frequently at board meetings and other things. And then we have two inspectors that do the field inspections of all the projects. And we have a customer service specialist. So that is our current staff. So two primary things, and one, kind of related, more secondary thing that is driving our request for additional personnel in the FY 23-24 budget. The first thing is the projected service demand levels that's being driven by, an accelerating pace of development in Chatham Park. So, as you have seen these projects, subdivisions, sites, coming before the board. And now we are seeing those come into construction. And so what I have put on the screen here is, quite a considerable list of upcoming projects. A number of these are already under construction in the current fiscal year and will continue construction into next fiscal year. And then there are also, projects that have been more recently through the planning process that we know through our conversations with Chatham Park that will be going to construction. Primarily these are the subdivision projects in the phases of Chatham Park that are north of 64, the 7.1, the Malott, the 6.2. Many of these also come with a major utility improvement projects. So this will introduce a significantly increased work demand, both through review of plans, processing of various permit types, and then a considerable amount of inspection effort in the field. So that is one major element that's driving our request. The other thing that is driving our request is a increased volume of capital projects. You'll hear shortly Heather give an overview of the capital project proposal for the town. A number of those, particularly the kind of more expensive, larger projects, are utility and transportation-based projects that will require an increased attention and amount of time for basically for engineering staff, inspections as well, but for engineering staff, currently Morgan does just an excellent job keeping pace with the submittals, both on the development project side and managing our projects that we're able to do, town projects. Case in point, we just, some of you may have seen the sidewalk that just finished or is finishing on Chatham Business Drive that connects down to the retreat. So that, the project looks great. On the ground, however, it doesn't reflect the amount of pursuit that goes into. So that has been a 2.5-year pursuit of funding through TARPO and NCDOT, working through the fairly elaborate and very specific process that DOT has for delivering a project that when it's on the ground it seems simple. Those are kind of the primary, kind of from a volume of work sense, things that are driving our request. A couple of other things. I mean, the engineering department is still relatively new. If you recall, previous to my arrival, engineering was a position in the planning department for the most part. And so we're still, working to develop that. So, and then another secondary thing is related to stormwater. So, I mean, we are able to manage the, the basic ordinance requirements, so to speak, the legal requirements for reviewing plans, issuing permits, keeping the town in compliance from that perspective. You saw in one of the slides that Katie had this morning, we were able this spring to do some public education event. But we would like to be able to do more along those lines on the kind of programmatic parts of stormwater. So that's kind of the collection of things that's driving our request this year. So in our initial proposal we looked at, we were suggesting to add 2 additional construction inspectors and a project engineer and a stormwater related position. So, kind of as we worked on that proposal, we kind of have taken a multi-year approach to that. And so for the current, the FY 23-24 request, we are asking to add a 1 inspector position and 1 new project engineer position. Now, if we do that, there may be some other kind of organizational changes related to other positions in the department, but those would not result in a new budget request for the board. So,
two things there. It was quicker, but like shit's out of my phone. But the construction inspector position, I heard you say you wanted 2 and you went back to 1. Like this came up in actually the town manager interviews, I think, where it's really important that we make sure that what's going in is correct and will last a long time so that we don't go through it later. Like we just did some paving in a new subdivision because we didn't keep up on those requirements during construction, right? So I want to make sure that we're not saving some money on a construction inspector, but creating a lot of cost down the road if we're not able to keep up with the inspections.
Right.
Essentially.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think, the other, question mark that's, influencing this somewhat is, what is going to happen with Sanford. We haven't yet got to the point of talking with them about how, that work will be carried out. Obviously, the work will still be there. But, I mean, that's a great point you make, because there are, important things like that. I mean, we saw just recently, we were able to make the repair at out at the Industrial Drive. you know, ideally, we would have had that, programmed into, our paving. But so that kind of relates more to the engineering side, but the same point of kind of saving in one area to, not be completely aligned in another area.
Right. Right. So just, I mean, I want to understand these are all, take the fear and put it there, but I want to make sure that we're not, we're keeping up with maintenance and keeping up. But the easiest thing for us to do is have a good road built that will, or a good, infrastructure built that will last a long time. And I think that's good money to spend. And then back on stormwater a little bit, like I've heard of stormwater utilities, and as I was reading about some development fees, I saw stormwater development fees. What's your impression of a trigger when a entity might consider a utility or development fee for stormwater?
Well, I mean, I think two things. I think there's a somewhat of a regulatory trigger. I mean, we're anticipating, we are what is called a tipped program. Chatham County is designated as the what's called phase 2 compliant entity, and we are tipped as being, in the county. But we anticipate in the not too distant future that Pittsboro will be designated as a MS4, basically is the terminology. And with that will come a requirement that we comply with all of the minimum criteria of the state. Currently we are required to do a portion of that, which basically is the permitting of stormwater. But when we are tipped to be fully compliant, we will have to do things like compliance inspections for stormwater control measures. We'll be required to do a certain amount of public education each year. Those type of program things that we do some now, but we will be required to have a more full compliance. And I mean, my estimation, we're within 3 years of that happening, probably.
Okay. So that's what I was curious about. Just so we think towards those things in the next few years.
Right. So another thing I'll add to that is we have, say particularly over the last 18 months, we have taken more of a active role in the engineering project management for public utilities. That is accomplished in different ways, different municipalities. Some have, as you get larger, it's more typical that you would have, you may have an engineering group within your public utilities department. But at our size, we're not really to that point. So we have, kind of largely taken the, kind of public utilities administration and engineering kind of, to support that over the past, certainly this fiscal year and part of last fiscal year. So that's another consideration for adding the engineering position, is supporting some of those efforts as well. So, and what I also foresee is our involvement in transportation will be quickly increasing as we grow. I mean, right now we are working with NCDOT and Chatham Park on a couple of acceleration projects related to Chatham Parkway. I mean, we are not managing those projects, but we are, I guess you'd say we're managing the process of, engaging in those agreements and the details and so forth. So that's the extent of my kind of comments. Happy to answer any of the questions you might have.
Questions for Kent?
Just one additional thing to note, in the engineering budget is that you will see, a decrease in the amount, that we are allocating, for, the outsource review. And that is because we've had internal discussions about, bringing that back in-house. So the engineering and planning review coming back in-house. And so that we will not be contracting that out.
Okay.
So that's why we've decreased it. We've included a little bit in there just for if in the first few months in the sort of transition phase, there were still some review being done. But the idea is that we bring that back.
My impression was that it was kind of surge support or something, but I did notice actually that where you've got money anticipated again in the Chatham Park development like, line item, and I thought that
In
was,
revenue, you mean?
yes,
Yes, so that is really, so Teresa did not really touch on that, but that's the grant.
Oh,
They've,
okay,
said that they're gonna give us for
Yeah,
downtown
yeah,
or the
yeah.
reimbursement.
Yep.
So I showed that as revenue on that side, and then there's an expenditure under downtown development.
makes sense. I didn't connect those two.
which
No, I
would
know
be-
it had phased out from what they were like
Yes,
doing from
from the
the tax
sort of
revenue
contract that-
before, yeah,
yes.
okay.
Yeah, I just figured it wasn't necessary to create a
No,
new
that's-
line item, but that is essentially that grant. And
Makes
then under the downtown budget, we had talked about how it essentially is going to be used for wayfinding signage.
Mhm.
So.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I think we still have to have conversations with Chatham Park about the approve, like, are they gonna want to approve what we're using the money for? They have specified that it's a reimbursement, so we have to expend the money first, and
Yeah.
then anyway, what that process is in terms of then get paid back.
And quickly, ideally, to do
Yes,
something,
agreed,
get something in
yes.
place.
Yes,
And then another, I don't know where this falls, it's in general fund, but I saw 10,000 for urban forestry.
yes, so that is something that we have budgeted this current fiscal year as well. And that is relating to the desire that the board has given staff that for being a tree city. So that 10,000 was initially put in there because I think that's one of the, what I'll say, sort of checkpoints in terms of becoming a tree city is that you're allocating funds for that. Again, I don't think a staff person has been sort of designated as owning that
Mhm.
in terms of, managing theirs. So we haven't spent anything, obviously, this fiscal year. I think there are items potentially under parks, some trees in the parks that, could be, assessed, removed, that could be, that money could be used for. But I kept it in there because I made the assumption that the board wanted us to continue setting aside funds for that. And obviously we can have discussion about who owns that, management of that.
Okay, that's what I
So-
thought that was for, I just want to be
Yeah.
sure. So.
So, Meredith, the kind of next bullet point on the agenda is somewhat more future facing than any type of current proposal. But I did feel like it was important for us to at least spend a few minutes talking about, sustainability. I mean, I think sustainability is sprinkled throughout any number of the departmental budgets. I mean, we've just, good case in point, we're just speaking about the Tree City program. So that, certainly is a sustainable element in a sense. We talked earlier about doing a demonstration project to put a pollinator garden out at Town Lake. So that's, that's another sustainable effort that, the board has expressed interest in. Certainly, water conservation comes into the fold of sustainability. We, looking ahead to Monday to your regular board meeting, we'll be talking a little bit more in depth about water conservation and, what that could look like for Pittsboro in the kind of near term. Certainly greenways, we've talked today about greenways, both new and current, how we increase greenways through development management, how we, connect and maximize the use of greenways that are already in place. And we've seen through some of the budget threads, just in the 5 public comments we received on our budget survey, the theme of being more walkable, having more pedestrian connections. And, then looking a bit further ahead, reuse water. I mean, we currently have the contract with 3M that is primarily used in a process, but certainly in Chatham Park, Mosaic, some infrastructure has been installed that will support, increasing our reuse program, going into the future. And so, those are a number of examples of things that we are already doing or investigating that, fits into the frame of sustainability. And so I think, it's worth, a little discussion about, is that something going forward we want to look to, more formalize? I mean, many organizations now have a organizational presence for sustainability. I'm not sure if we are, our multiplicity of things is not so much maybe to do that yet, but it could be a longer range goal, of the board. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of highlight and elevate the sustainability to hear your thoughts, or any direction related to that.
I think it's really good. Like, what you've highlighted, basically every presentation we've had today, even, police hybrid vehicles and things, like we've touched on sustainability. And I think that in Pittsboro, it's something that should permeate all departments. And I think eventually, become a department, but I think it even unintentionally, maybe it's been a focus of a lot of the presentations we've even heard today. So I think it's good to highlight that, but I think we're, already doing it a lot. And I think we'll have a larger focus on, or we'll go through a larger effort of overall priorities and goals, for the town. But I think it's good to highlight what we're already doing, like you've done.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's just, having, developing just a higher, heightened awareness of it, being more intentional about, how do we connect, the things we've talked about. Like you said, we've talked about a number of things kind of independently that relate to sustainability. So I think just, bringing more visibility to that, being more intentional about how we, kind of connect and collaborate on projects and efforts is, kind of my thought of what our maybe very next maybe approach is on that is. So think, I was thinking about it more of a program kind of way as opposed to individual initiatives and projects. So.
Yeah. A couple of comments here. The one thought that comes to mind about water conservation is the value of our treated water now being so much higher because it is so highly filtered. And how as we start to think about implementing a water conservation program, helping contractors understand that that is literally like filling a Brita filter and then pouring it on the ground. You know, using that water for road dust control or whatever. And so it'd be really interesting to learn if we could obtain grants for a filling station for reuse water, metered and financially functional, with some kind of charge system. We have a non-automated filling station now for bulk water dispensing. Is that right? But that's our filtered water. And I gather that the cement plant in town uses our very fine drinking water for dust control. So, you know, maybe we want to encourage them to think differently. As to the bigger question, Kent, I very much appreciate you asking it, because I do think that we may be getting, you know, it's the foreseeable future where we might need somebody looking after sustainability writ large, a staffer who can, if only for part of his or her duties, help other staff in other departments cross-departmentally access resources from other municipalities. You may know that the Southeast Sustainability Network, Southeast Sustainability Directors Network, is a resource that's available to us. We merely have to name a staffer. It doesn't have to be a full-time sustainability director. And then we get access to policies written by any other municipality in the whole realm of sustainability. And they are emphatic that those are resources that are not accessible to elected officials, as I've discovered and explored. But that's a marvelous organization resource. It's a part of the U.S. Sustainability Directors Network, so it's a broader network. And given that we do have a very clear chart path map for massive growth, it makes a lot of sense for us to learn from those municipalities that are 60,000 in population now, what they could have done differently, you know, if they were in our position, kind of thing. You know, if you've, it seems like, I'm trying to remember his last name, Steve Slouch.
Yes.
Did I pronounce it right?
Yeah. Steve Slough. Yes.
Slough. Okay. He seems to have an interest in these kinds of things. So if he would like to rise to something like that, you know, I think that's a managerial decision, but it does make sense to me to have somebody start to mine these things and maybe plot a course to when it would be a more intensive, time demanding job.
Yeah, that is an excellent point about Steve. He certainly does have that background and interest. So we'll keep that in mind. I think also another important thing that came to mind in your examples is the education part of it. I mean, it's, you know, not so hard to do education, you know, about, you know, some of the things you talked about and other things. You know, I think as I've worked here and, you know, now live here, what kind of strikes me about Pittsboro and the area is it's a place of kind of natural living is, you know, what strikes me. And I think, you know, to the extent we, you know, kind of observe and, you know, work that into the fabric as we're growing is really important. So.
I think that's right. I think it's very much a part of the culture of this place that we value our environment, place where we live. It's what's attractive, what brought many of us here. And
Just to, for the board to consider, in thinking about, in terms of the, maybe encouraging conservation of bulk water usage by the town. Those rates can be set, those rates are set separately from our other water rates. So, I mean, we could set the bulk water rate higher to sort of discourage, some excessive usage of that water. Part of the risk there is that we also, have caught people just tapping onto a hydrant. And that is hard to catch over time. So that would potentially increase, if either we cut off selling water, bulk water, or if we, increase the rates and stuff like that. So, but that is an option, obviously, to counteract, it is more expensive, water, treated water. So there are different options that we can explore in terms of that conservation, along with looking at, installing a, filling station for wastewater. So, and I know previously we had discussions, staff had discussions about, if we're getting close to our sort of max of treated water, with the gas system at the water plant, do we stop issuing hydrant meters, to contractors? Do we stop, do we cut off irrigation meters? Do we, those types of things are also things that we can explore. So it's just whether or not, what the implications.
Yeah, I think the best thing we can do is make reused water easily accessible.
yes,
Because people would be glad to use it, I think, for many things. I think it gets harder to say, we're not going to issue hydrant meters because people still use hydrants, like you said, so
yeah.
they'll flush our hydrants for us in obscure locations.
Yes.
But yeah, I think if there was an easy place for people to pull up and get reuse,
Well,
that benefits
And
everybody.
I'm not sure if has it not been talked about that would be at the Chatham Park plant? I don't know. I thought that
Maybe.
was a conversation. But I don't know.
Could be.
A bulk dispensing station at the
Yeah, for reuse water, but I'm not sure. if
Two
that's-
Banks Road.
I think there's some notes in some of those master plans about in the future, maybe even the elevated storage tank at Chatham Park, becoming a reuse elevated storage tank.
Yeah. I think that his name escapes me, but Kent, one of your precursors, had envisioned a bulk dispensing station for reuse water near the old chicken plant, right across the street from that, where I gather that the actual pipeline to 3M goes through there. The reuse water pipeline goes somewhere.
It's good time for water questions, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Except this is reuse water, so, yeah.
Yeah, it comes down here. They had talked about a reuse bulk plant over here at Chicken Plant.
Yeah,
It's been a few years since that's even been brought up.
A long time.
It was set right on top of the reclaimed lot,
mhm.
and that should work pretty good over there in that area.
Near those old cooling sheds, near the cooling sheds.
That's what I was thinking they were talking about.
Mhm.
That was before I was in the position I'm in, so I just remember them talking about it. I never
Yeah,
was part of the on site looking at it or anything like that.
Where the trucks pull off, the old poultry trucks.
yeah.
Well,
Would
I
pull
think
off.
it was right in there.
Wasn't the current Chatham Park tank that's up now, that's still not in use, weren't they gonna build a 1 million gallon tank and then use that tank as a reclaimed?
Long-term plan.
Eventually,
Okay.
but the concern, reason this topic came up is that we're anticipating we're gonna reach limits of our drinking water treatment capacity because of the constraints of the GAC filter. And we may have times when we wish that people weren't using highly filtered, high quality drinking water for silly purposes like dust control when they could be using a reuse water if we had a dispensing station set up. So yeah, I think it's a 5-year-old idea, and it may have already reached its time where we really do need it. So that could alleviate some pressure on drinking water treatment.
And we are also seeing an increase in irrigation system requests, particularly in some of the new Chatham Park neighborhoods. So,
And I think it's not, I mean, it's related to the GAC treatment, more immediately related to GAC treatment. We've got a grant to finish that, but it
Yeah.
is, I've seen wide variations in numbers about how much water we use throughout the year also. But we're approaching 2 million gallons every day. So it's going to be a functional water limit at some point too.
okay, thank you.
So Heather, I think we move next to you, the major capital. And I don't know how you want to blend those into the enterprise fund, major
Right.
capital.
Well, so, I mean, I just was gonna sort of just highlight the requests that are in the general fund for capital project. And again, this is for projects and equipment. I did not put, positions or anything like that in there. Additionally, I did not list, projects related to the town hall site or a town hall project or projects related to, the police station and stuff like that. So that we're going to be talking a little bit later this afternoon about some of that, spacing issues and other discussions that we need to have. So so what is included in the version of the budget that I gave you today is a pickup truck for emergency management. And then the current SUV that Colby is using would be repurposed to the engineering department because we need to surplus an old vehicle in that department. Vehicles for the police, 2 vehicles for new employees in the engineering department, file scanning, the flock safety cameras, and a new zero-turn mower for the public works, some additional street patching, so that would be additional funds on top of our Powell bill funds, because we are obviously finding that we are not able to do what we need to do with just our Powell bill funds. 2 pickup trucks for public works, which are replacement pickup trucks. We have some very old trucks in public works that need to be replaced. And then the rest of the projects included are ones for the park. So the tennis courts, Rockridge Park, and the tennis courts. So we did allocate some funds in the current budget. And these would be additional funds because the estimate that Katie has received is that those tennis courts are going to cost, more than what we had budgeted in the current fiscal year. And again, these are all, we've allocated the money that we've allocated this current fiscal year, it's in a parks project capital budget. So that money will carry over till next fiscal year. So we've also included funds for the basketball courts. And just for sort of miscellaneous equipment, playground replacement. So if you have any questions about those capital things or things that we did not include.
Yeah. So I'm concerned about the NC 87 sidewalk gap project.
Mhm.
Anywhere I'm seeing sidewalks or greenways, I'm really wanting to focus on those.
Mhm.
Can I get a quick insight into which section of that section it is?
Um, Yeah, I think currently there is a gap between, it's for Elementary School Road and the park. So that is the section that is the subject of that item.
Park, meaning CCC.
The Town Lake Park.
Oh, Town Lake Park. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay, and crossing that new bridge.
Right.
And yet it seems like from this line item that we have a grant for it. And we're proposing that we're not going to meet that with town contribution.
That's right. It's another of the TARPO CMAQ grant projects.
Okay.
Right, and we can have another conversation about that, but I believe that it was potentially not, like it wouldn't be happening in an upcoming fiscal year. So it might be that there's a delay. This was something that was presented as a potential option, but the reason we're not including it is because there's a delay of the,
We don't need the money this year.
right.
Okay, all right.
But I can double check with Morgan regarding that, but there was a, so as of in the current budget right now, we're not showing any TARPO projects.
Yeah, I think it is a future year project,
Yeah,
right? For 24, 25.
so,
Okay. And I guess I just wanted to make the general point. I hear what you're saying, that it may be a timing issue, that it's not needed this year, but anywhere where we can accelerate our bike ped implementation, I feel like that's a really high priority. All the new developments that are going in the newer parts of Pittsburgh have these greenways already, have high quality sidewalks. And I've received so many complaints and concerns about sidewalks in town. And not just sidewalks, it's crossings, signals. And so there's in my opinion, a great outstanding need that has been neglected for a long time. And so I really want to see that elevated. I'm glad y'all are hearing me on that.
yes, and I think so, I will say that, we are, it took some, thinking to, and what we could use fund balance for in order to get what I gave you today as a balanced budget.
Yeah,
Just because, obviously with the increases in the fire department request, and they're increasing the number of pennies that they're, taking from the rest of the, departments. So, and there are other, and obviously just, inflationary increases, all those things. It's not something that people want, but, we may need to do a tax increase if there are other priorities that the town needs to do. Or if we don't do it this year, there may need to be a tax increase next year, just because, we have that growth, but our expenses are increasing, as well, and sometimes faster than that growth is happening. So. That's something-
Prior to the growth is really like it will
Yes.
come, but I mean,
Yes, but there, that is, I don't want to, obviously, there's a balance between using, we can use fund balance for one-off capital projects. If we continue to do that, obviously, we do deplete our fund balance, so I think
Yeah.
there's that balance.
yeah.
Between that as well, so, that it's not, I don't have that in the budget, obviously, for a tax increase, but that is something that, I think has to be thought about and considered and reflected on. And obviously, once Jonathan is here, we will be having, conversations. I have not discussed in depth this budget proposal yet with him. But we will be giving, he will have access to it, before he arrives.
and John also I share the concerns about, connecting what we have and making it the whole. What's frustrating to me about it is that, the sidewalk that Ken mentioned on Shadow Business Park Drive, it's taken us 2.5 years and cost $150,000 at least for that section of sidewalk. And
That's
I know that if I called and said I need the sidewalk for my house done, it would cost think it wouldn't cost 150,000. But when we do use the DOT money, I mean, it's good to have that, but the cost of these projects is just out of control, maybe, significant at least. And I know I've asked Kent before about, you know, if we do blacktop greenways like Rosa Creek Trail is great, you know, but that's not desired necessarily for long term for other areas and stuff like that. So I mean, I share that concern, but like it's when we build a neighborhood, I know they don't cost that much either. And so those connections are just really expensive at the point we're at now and the rest. And so I don't know, there's other better ways around that cost.
Well, I would hope that, you know, it wouldn't cost $200,000 to put paint on the ground and some signals at West Street so that people who live on the north side of West Street can get to school without fearing crossing the street. And we don't have crosswalk, and we ought to have two. There ought to be one somewhere maybe around McClenahan Street and one around 87, probably on both sides of 87. So it's this kind of thing. And I mentioned it to Chris Kennedy. I didn't bring it up in a budget. But I with Mr. Grusbeck, I discussed that specific instance, and it just, surely that's gotta be in our bike ped plan.
It is with an estimate. I mean, I remember like the intersection at 87 and 64. It's like,
Yeah,
I think the estimate in the bike ped plan was $500,000 for crosswalks and push buttons at that intersection.
for sidewalks, wasn't it as well? I think
I
that,
don't think so. I mean, I don't understand. Like anytime we put DOT near something, the cost just explodes.
Mhm.
Or, you know, on DOT roads.
Yeah.
things like that. So,
okay, all right. well,
I mean, I 100% like want to do these projects, but we don't get a lot of bang for the buck projects near DOT roads, unfortunately.
Mhm, mhm. And to what extent are we allowed to paint them ourselves?
Like
Yeah.
you at night or the town?
Yeah, well, I mean, that just kind of cuts across. If it's, you know, DOT, we really have no authority to do that. And of course, our streets, we can do those as we see fit.
Like the stop signs, paint bars that you install.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
I mean, that's a large part of my interest in moving 15501 also, and what that would enable us to do then downtown, near the mod, near other places that we don't need DOT approval of. Because they can help us, but they
Okay.
can-
So maybe we could do McClenahan Street and just not have the crossing at 87. If it crosses East Street at McClenahan,
West.
West Street,
excuse me, West Street at McClenahan.
but I think 64 business is still.
Oh,
Still
yeah,
DOT, yeah.
okay. All right, well, I'm glad to hear a little bit more of the explanation because it's never been.
I think those estimates are in like the appendix of the bike ped.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they're
Probably
outdated,
double,
but
yeah.
yeah, but I mean, it doesn't make sense to look at the numbers next to the projects for
No.
what it seems like it should be of painting a crosswalk.
Mhm, mhm, mhm. Okay. And yeah, I don't want to take up other times for folks who want to continue commenting on this capital list, but I've got some more thoughts. So the pickup trucks. Is that envisioned to be something akin to an F-150?
Yes, I believe so. I don't know, I can't remember what Colby was is that F-150? Yeah, and we're just replacing that one.
Okay. So admittedly, there's a timing issue with what I'm proposing because the wait list is so long, but the Ford F-150 Lightning electric pickup trucks start at $60,000, which is $2,000 less than this proposal.
Mhm.
And that's without the incentive. There is a $7,500 incentive. And yes, as a part of the new law, we as a nonprofit, because municipalities are nonprofits, are eligible for that $7,500. I think it's on the hood at the dealership. As a fiscal matter, we should be looking at F-150s for pickup trucks. The Chargers are $2,000 approximately. The cost of installation is probably akin to that, depending on the situation, how much trenching is needed. So,
Yeah, so just so that you know, the emergency management vehicle, that 62,000 includes about 12 or 13,000 in upfit.
oh,
So
okay,
that's not just the
The
vehicle.
trucks later down are 50,000.
Yeah.
for the-
got it.
Yeah,
Okay,
so, and we have been having issues even getting regular vehicles.
oh, sure,
So
yeah.
currently, the pickup truck that we have ordered for Public Works, actually, no, I think it's for our meter replacement for this current fiscal year. That was ordered back in, I believe, August or September. We don't even have a production date yet.
Yeah.
So we're having, problems even getting, the non-hybrid, anything, so, and we would be going under state contract pricing things, so we would have to find out if state contract pricing, what their options are for the electric vehicles.
Yep.
And we'd have to research that,
It's available.
yeah, so.
It's on state contract.
Do we pay when we order or do we pay?
We
when
pay
it-
upon delivery.
Because, I mean, with these lead times, it's probably something we should think a few years out now. And
Yeah,
until it catches up, I mean, be ordering vehicles now that we expect in the next year's budget. I mean, really, because
Right.
we can't get them on, we can't go down and pick them up. And we don't have to pay for them until we get them.
Well, but I still have, the money has to be budgeted.
Yeah,
So because when I have to issue a PO, so I have to sign that saying the money is budgeted. So, but I mean, Shorty can speak to the police vehicles. Those are also, we don't
Right.
have a delivery date. I don't think we have a production date yet on those police vehicles for the
No,
current fiscal
no.
year.
I mean,
And
I
the
guess,
police vehicles are a little bit different just because we do want those specially built because Troy was explaining to me because of where the electrical.
Sure,
because of the
sure.
upfit, because of the wiring.
yeah, I mean, so I guess I'm not trying to suggest like
Yeah,
any tactics or whatever, but if I'd be happy with allocating money this year to order a vehicle for a year from now that we know we're not going to spend anyway, because we're not going to get
yeah,
it.
it would essentially be carrying it over.
Right, but
Yeah.
we've got to plan ahead a little bit for these supply chain issues, and so
Right.
we're not, I'm happy to budget money that we're not going to spend to get the order in for a future, but we buy some vehicles every year,
Right.
so.
Right, so, and just so you know, I mean, we have successfully received one vehicle, one truck this fiscal year, which is for parks. And the way that Katie got that was she essentially has bought it almost off the lot type thing. And right, she was calling around and saying, hey, what do you have available?
yeah,
And she was able to do that based on what she needed it for. And we could potentially do that with some of the other vehicles, but the one that we are waiting for for the meter reader, it's a smaller truck. It's a Ford Ranger. I think it's what we were
Maverick.
ordered. I can't remember.
It's a Ranger.
Doesn't matter.
It's a Ranger,
It's a
yeah.
It's a Ford.
So.
What's up? What's wrong with Fords?
At least two of the candidates that we spoke to, the town manager, about financing vehicles
Yeah,
as opposed to
Yeah.
paying out upfront for them. Is
right.
there any benefit to that longer term?
Um,
I know paying
I
for is
mean-
always good. But-
Right, I mean, you know, it's essentially, we have to go through the process of, you know, obviously getting a loan and we have done that in the past. What we've done is essentially done a sort of a bulk, you know, say we're purchasing 4 vehicles, we do a loan, we don't do individual loans, we do a bulk loan through either Truist, which is our bank where we get our P cards, our credit cards for town from, or we do it through First Citizens where we have our checking account. So we have done that in the past. We sort of stepped away from doing that just because it's a lot of effort for a small amount of money, and typically we can cover that with fund balance.
I think it was leasing.
Yeah, leasing.
Not
vehicle
not
leasing.
financing the purchase, leasing and
Oh,
saying,
leasing
hey,
it,
we're gonna spend, you know,
yes.
$300,000 a year in vehicles to
Yeah, one
replace
lease
vehicles on a
Yeah,
cadence.
so the only reason I would hesitate to lease is because there are new accounting requirements for any leases that we have. And once we get to a certain amount of like the total volume of leases or the amount of money that we're spending on leases, there's additional accounting requirements which can be quite heavy in terms of, you know, what they're requiring and the record keeping for that versus what you're actually getting for that. So it would be just a lot more staff time in terms of the accounting for that. And the benefit might not be there just because, you know, that much.
I think these are all, I mean, I don't have an issue with what's proposed here. I think these are like long-term discussions, but just that, you know, we're,
Yes,
Colby's probably not gonna have this truck this time next year.
right, maybe not.
So we've got to think of some way to get ahead of that a little bit on replacement. Think differently about replacement cycles and when we order things,
Yes.
you know, until,
And they, I
Hopefully
mean,
it
and
catches
because
up
they
soon.
currently, yes, and because currently they only had sort of the ordering windows open for a certain amount of time. And so you have to get your order in, and then it's just been, you know, waiting. So. But yes, I do think we need to, you know, look into that.
maybe leasing companies have better
Maybe.
They do,
access to.
they do, because they buy them in bulk.
Right.
Yeah.
They put their order in for 50,000 vehicles.
Right, and then, I mean, I don't know how it works with leasing when we need to, you know, upfit it for lights and everything like that. I'm not sure what that process is, just to be, never done that, you know.
Yeah, I'll just mention that, of course, there's all type of resources, you know, motor fleet management with DOA may be a resource for, you know, looking into something, a different approach, because obviously they purchase, you know, many vehicles.
Yeah, the sheriff's department has collaborative purchasing too. Excuse me, the State Sheriff's Association, I think it is. And then there's Sourcewell. Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing is another option available to municipalities. And I think there might be leases available through Sourcewell.
Are there additional questions on this? Are we ready to move to enterprise fund priorities?
I'd like to hear if staff are going to pursue electric pickup trucks.
I mean, I think we can look into it. I mean, I don't honestly, can't say that we're definitely gonna get those. It depends on, again, it's the time, because we, a couple of those vehicles are, you know, 10 to 15 years old, and we need to, you know, get rid of cost of maintenance on those is, you know, getting expensive. So, I think it's definitely something that, I mean, I think staff is happy to look into. And again, I can't remember which positions these are for, but just make sure that it, you know, works with the position.
Meets the need.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, I think there is a place for that. That's Heather saying, I don't know, you know, how we sort that out. We'll also have to keep in mind the infrastructure for that. We have the one charging station at Town Hall. I'm not less familiar with what we might have at other town facilities, so.
So I think everything in town has 3-volt power, 3-phase power, excuse me. And that's necessary for installing a level 2 charger. The charging stations that exist on town property are selling juice for 15 cents per kilowatt hour. And the town can buy it for 11 cents per kilowatt hour. So we wouldn't use those public stations for charging town vehicles. Those are outward facing charging stations. We'd get our own lower cost equipment, and we wouldn't need to have it metered also. So it'd be a much less expensive purchase. Just the hardware itself starts at $600. So that's a big difference from that charge point charger.
How long is the wait list on the Lightning today?
It depends on where you are on the wait list.
I mean, if we got on today.
Yeah, for municipalities, I don't know because I've not been privy to that information as I'm not a municipality, but my wait list from a year and a half ago just came up last week. So I have an opportunity to buy one now. And I've looked into whether or not it can be transferred. So.
You're saying personally or work?
Me personally, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my
Year and a half.
F-150 Lightning is, my wait list is, I was invited to make a purchase.
Give us like your money.
Bring your checkbook.
Right, and that is something, even if we were projecting that we were, okay, maybe we're ordering these vehicles, as non-electric vehicles, but maybe we want to get on the wait list. And again, we'd have to find out what we were required to provide to be on the wait list and whether that required us doing, budgeting something. But that, if we were saying, okay, not this fiscal year, but for fiscal year 24, 25, we want to, get on the wait list for this. That kind of stuff.
I think for municipalities, there's no cost. For me as a private individual, it's $100.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So are we ready to move to the proposed operating budget, Heather? For the enterprise fund?
As we're doing that, thanks to Corey and Jamie for joining us for this
Yes.
portion of the thing. Glad to have them with us.
Thanks for coming by. As long as you don't need any money.
So just, so on the enterprise side, I don't have this on the slideshow, but just so that you know, under the revenues, I have projected in there for water and sewer that we are increasing rates just 2.5% because that is, that was my takeaway from Breeze and Nichols' recommendations. And just for a sort of inflationary, to cover some of the inflationary costs. So you will see on there that the amount is like for water is, 33.7% increase from this current year's budget. Well, that is also just because of growth and usage. So the way that I came up with that number was that I am looking at the current usage up through March. And I averaged that out for a year to sort of get an idea of, what can we expect going forwards. And then I applied a 2.5% increase to that number. So on the sewer side, I did that. The sewer, I also did an adjustment. We currently have a agreement with Chatham Park that we are supposed to pay them the sewer charges that we have collected for the people that are flowing to their reused water plant or sewer treatment plant. So that is part of our discussion in terms of all their contracts. So we've paid them for a couple months, but we have not paid them. I haven't paid them for that usage since maybe November. Just because we had talked with Hazen this year, we had a meeting with Chatham Park, that we wanted to discuss, that the percentage that we were paying back to them. And then we've had some other conversations about that. So, but I did include in this estimate that we were paying them some of that sewer money back. So that has been subtracted from my estimates. So that's how we got there. Let me see if there were other, I'm not, the water meter revenues, that's from development, so that is funds that people are paying, developers are paying for their water meters that we are then purchasing and installing. So there's an offsetting expense under Department 8300 for those. So in our discussions with the departments that fall under enterprise, we obviously had a lot of discussions about, looking at it through the lens of the merger, and also, like what is, obviously we want to get what is needed, but we also want to think about what happens, if when the town, merges the utility departments with Sanford. So that influenced some of the capital and the requests that were put into the budget. So there were some initial requests for positions at the water plant and the sewer plant. That is not currently in the budget. So there was a request for a position at each plant. We have not included that in the budget because part of the discussion was just, do we want to hire somebody that is then potentially going to become a Sanford employee and they might not want that? We feel we're at the point that we would need to relay that information in an interview that, we're in talks to merge and you might not be a town of Pittsburgh employee for very long. So Jamie and Corey agreed that they could continue with the staffing they have. So just so you know that was a request, but it's not in the version of the budget that you have.
Just on that too, I mean, I think
Yeah.
it should be a discussion with Sanford also, and that like if we, and I'm glad to see in this budget, all of this will be, related to Sanford, obviously right now, but I'm glad to see a lot of improvement funding and stuff, continued maintenance and updates and all this stuff. Like we need to keep doing that. I mean, my concern is like, if we need that staff to have good coverage and make sure people aren't working crazy overtime, whatever, like, I think that we should do it. And I think it's important to disclose like the situation that we're in, but as long as, Sanford doesn't think our current fund staffing levels are way out of whack or something like that, but like I don't want to put more load on our current guys in the meantime. If we need more help there, we will continue to need more help there.
Right, and I guess I'm not sure where we stand in that discussion with Sanford in terms of that, so we haven't really gotten into in-depth discussions about, the staffing and.
Yeah.
And I agree that, yes, if it's needed, if we're desperate for it, then we do need to have that conversation. So, I mean, Corey and Jamie can speak, but I mean, I think that, it's my impression that you guys were okay with, not including that, but.
And this all depended as well was if we were gonna stay Pittsburgh, depending on how long we were gonna still be the town of Pittsburgh. And with the growth and, we're gonna hit 2 million gallons eventually, with the water plant, we might have to turn it into a 24-hour plant. And that was my, just getting somebody trained and have that available depending if that did happen. I mean, right now we're fine. I mean, we don't have to be a 24-hour plant for a while, but if the Sanford merger fell through, then just to have that person in place, trained and available to go 24 hours if we had to. That was just my thinking on having an extra guy.
Okay. I mean, I think generally for all the projects, for staffing, for all these things, like if we, on one hand, we could assume it's going to fall through, and we don't want to get caught flat footed, on the other, I assume that's going to go through, but we still are going to have, almost all the same operational characteristics, I think, so particularly getting people, on board, trained up, things like that. I don't necessarily want to pause on those things because of the merger. If we ever pause on it because we're seeing demands, peak out a little bit with water conservation or something like that's fine, but I don't want to do it. And then obviously people can make their own decision about, do I want to come join Pittsboro right now? Well, that's a different personal consideration really, but I think we should still continue to operate like we would, with the assumption that's going to be fairly close to how Sanford would operate. So.
My side, I've talked to Scott Slitson, the ORC over the Sanford plant and the Chatham Park plant. He asked how many people I had there, so there's just 4 of us. He seemed to be really surprised that we have more people on hand taking care of what we do. I don't think they would be opposed to having more people at my facility if they were taking over, specifically for the fact that he's hoping that if they do move forward with everything, that we'll be running our plant, whether it's our plant or a lift station plus their plant plus part of stuff in Lawrenceburg. He's wanting, like he's talking to us, in just general conversation, we pick up samples. We want you guys to stay up here. We don't even want you in Sanford. We want you to stay up here and take care of it for us. So we don't even have to come up here. So a lot of our stuff will be expanded and actually have more workload on us, the way it sounds. Everything did. I don't think they'd be opposed to us having more people on my side.
That's kind of what I'm
He's
getting
more
at.
well staffed than I am for what he does.
And it's so hard right now. We're both experienced to find certified operators.
Exactly.
That's why, to get them, to train them, to get their certification, it would just, would help out even Sanford, even if they didn't, they'll say they wanted to go somewhere else, and if they have that certification, there's so many openings for certified operators. So
And see on the wastewater side, even in Sanford, about 300 right now, they don't have no staff is what they got.
Yeah.
Much less taking on us.
So,
Being short,
I understand how it is right now and it's balanced, so we don't have them in there, but it sounds like we probably should have them in there somehow.
Right, well, and just so that you know, the way that the enterprise fund is balanced right now is that we are putting, I've created a new capital project fund, and we are actually putting 300,000 into that capital project fund for debt service.
Okay.
So that's essentially getting started on our savings account for future debt service payments.
Okay.
So, and additionally, I am showing that we would be transferring approximately 160,000 into our fund balance for enterprise fund. So essentially, you would be reducing the amount that we would be transferring to our enterprise fund balance.
Okay.
I will say that our enterprise fund balance is low, it's and part of what I'm trying to prep us for is for this feasibility study that we need to do that will show how we are paying for the debt that we need to take on for the larger capital projects. So, that because some of that debt, yes, will be paid with SDF fees, but some of it has to be paid by our usage fees.
Sure. Okay.
So, but yes, obviously, if the board wants us to include those positions in there, we can add that back in and make adjustments.
I think those are both smart things to do too. It's just the
Right.
levels of how much we do.
Yes, yeah. So what is included if we look at the other side of that capital, I'm gonna sort of skip just to our capital project discussion for the enterprise fund, because a lot of the other allocations are very standard for the enterprise fund. So we'll just discuss the capital project, what we've included in the capital project. So obviously we have our Jordan Lake partnership. So we have allocated funds for that and also for the Western Intake Partnership. We have at the water plant, a new high service pump and a raw pump rebuild are both in the budget. At the wastewater plant, the influent bar screen replacement and bar screen install is in the budget. Additionally, polymer feed systems, which has to do with the chemical tanks, right? And tank mixers. Additionally, there's a replacement pickup truck on the enterprise side under our public utility department. And additionally, the shoring box. And actually, so there's two trucks. There's another service truck.
Three.
Um,
There's another one
trucks.
down there too.
Yeah, well, that one is out. So that's not
okay.
included. So but we have two replacement trucks. And then some fire hydrant installations. So that is what we've included. You will see that there's additional items that are not included, like some lift station pumps, essentially replacing lift station pumps. A shelter, a skid steer, a trailer, a backhoe, a generator for Christian Village.
Can I interrupt quickly on that? I know
Yeah.
it says that it's out, but is Pittsburgh responsible for the Christian Village? And I just don't know that maybe?
For their, yes, for their pump, we treat.
Oh, so it's
Oh, it's a
specifically,
pump station.
okay, but it's,
Yes.
I got it. It's not infrastructure for the village. It's,
Yes, no, sorry,
Right, all right.
yes, yes, it's for the pump station.
It's like how they're named, like
Right.
Lowe's.
Yep.
Northwood.
I tried.
Location.
Yep.
location.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So they're pumping to send their sewage to Small Street?
Christian Village,
Yes.
I got one question. Are we okay with all these lift station pumps out? Are we okay with that?
so I had asked Adam to, rate all the requests that he had, in his budget. And those he put, towards the bottom. I mean, I think it was more a look ahead that eventually these are going to need to be replaced. And I could probably ask Ken Green to give me a sort of status on which ones are the, highest priority. Because again, we also were having conversations just about, how much do we put into the system if we are giving it to
Correct.
Sanford?
Right.
But obviously, we also still want to maintain it to a good standard. So, so as of right now, they are out. But I mean, I could get more information from Ken Green about the individual status of each one. And I do believe potentially Christian Village is a higher status. I just know that we've had some more issues with that.
It
one
may be.
versus Other ones.
I also know that the one at CLLC is
Oh, yes. that was the other
a critical one. So,
Top one.
yeah,
one.
that,
CLLCs.
Yeah.
yeah, there's been some issues, plus, the flow from Mosaic will be coming into that lift station over the next 18 months.
So
Really?
we cut over to the new one. Is that still, we still need the lift station to go to?
Yes.
Chatham? Okay. I mean, I think in terms of the merger, like it's important to keep in mind, but it's really, if we're talking about spending money on infrastructure, it's all out of the same business, right?
Right.
Like we're, if we give them more money and a broken pump,
Right.
it's the same thing. It's just that we didn't do the work. So, I mean, I don't think we should factor that in to, if we'll always factor things in of like, hey, we can wait on that for next year or things like that, or pull that out of the fund balance and breaks, but like, I don't think we should look at this in an outlets in terms of the merger. We should just look at it in terms of the needs of the enterprise fund,
Mhm.
just like Sanford would do if it was that.
Yeah, so.
I'm not saying we did that, but like, let's,
Right.
we're not trying to juice up something for the merger or anything.
So, I mean, so we can get, I can talk with Ken Greenwell and get a better idea. I know, I'm pretty sure that Christian Village and that CLLC one is, the higher priorities, but getting a better idea. It is also my understanding, anything that is done at Northwood, essentially the school system reimburses us for that.
Okay.
So in the past, we've had to fix that pump, we get reimbursed for that. Makes sense. So,
Just out of curiosity, what is Christian Village seems to be a great deal closer to the Eubanks Road Chatham Park plant than it does to pumping into our plant. Or would it just have to go to one and then back to the other?
well, I think it's the way it flows.
Most likely, we could most likely build a gravity sewer to Chatham Park plant. Would be my initial thought, but we haven't really looked at that. So,
Potentially not for $10,000.
No,
Right.
wouldn't be. But
Just digging a hole.
Put a culvert on the road.
But I'm glad that this question has been raised because I continue to be curious what the town can do in the older parts of town to take advantage of the capacity at the Eubanks plant. And the idea of a pipeline along East Street that goes up over that hill and past Christian Village to feed the Eubanks Road wastewater recovery facility is very compelling to me because we need capacity in the old part of town. So.
Are you telling me it's not such a stupid question after all?
I am.
It's a great question.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
So I mean, essentially, those are the things that we have in and out. I did not give you, and I sort of cursory looked at what we had provided to you last year in terms of our 8-page in and out document. So I did not also list the things that were potentially requested last year that were not requested again. That were requested last year and not included, but were not requested again. I can do that, I can go through that, but I just haven't.
No, I think if they fell off, they fell off.
Like change.
Yeah.
It needs change.
So anyway, that's where we stand right now. So, so again, if the board wishes, I can, when I go back to revise this before the May 2nd public hearing, I mean, we can revise it to include positions and potentially to include some of the more necessary with pump.
Yeah, I mean, CLLC at least.
I mean, to me, it sounds like the
What is
positions are
CLLC?
needed, and then I would say just in the enterprise funds, generally, just maybe go back and take a look, have you guys take a look and say, what do we need? Like forget about the merger. What do we need to operate our business here? What do we need to do this year? And let's do that.
It's one of the things that I was gonna say is out now, as the pH and turbidity meters, they're obsolete. Their parts are hard to come by, and we just got our new chlorine analyzers installed, and they're operational now. And the same company does the pH and turbidity meters, and all our turbidity meters and pH meters are all obsolete. And it's just hard to come by with parts and stuff like that. So we're holding together now, but it could be a different story.
And through grants, fortunately, we're investing a lot of money in that plan. So let's keep it up. Not keep up investing a lot of money necessarily. Let's keep the plans up.
I got more.
So, brother.
I don't mind. my side, man, he floated chocolate take off my plants in the child park. I understand these pipes in the ground, the valves are sending it to us, if you send it to them.
Yeah.
Send it, because I'm,
So there is already a section of pipe that goes from east to west.
I don't know.
From
all
Christian
about the
Village.
Pipes over there. I've just heard there's some stuff over near the Bojangles stuff that maybe could be sent to them, but
Okay.
they're not exactly wanted for some reason. They'd rather come to us. I don't know. Good question. But
I
if you
could,
have a
I could
chance
see their
to
perspective.
send it, Well,
But
they can use our capacity amount there. It gives them more room to grow, make money, but it hampers us. If you can send it to them, please, for the love of God, they can. We need to grow.
And I think those are good discussions at, we're in a different situation now without having capacity, but as we get closer to capacity, then we do need to kind of look, or hopefully somebody else needs to look across, y'all need to look across the town at, things like Christian Village of, hey, let's put this here. Let's do what makes sense with gravity and not fight it because it's the law. And like shift stuff around and what makes sense. But I understand resistance to that now and there's no capacity. But I think, if we look forward to a future with capacity, then let's do some smart things.
So if we're growing faster, this pipeline is seems to be coming, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
It really used to.
We haven't started it yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really used to relieve on.
Jamie, a question, are you seeing with this recent growth, are you seeing any other problems or issues like non-digestible solids that are coming through the pipeline, an increase of trash or anything like that?
We're getting more plastics and stuff like that coming through the plant, because varsity funds, that can do a lot of it with the holes in there. That's why I put in the budget, maybe put another one in, pull that out. Solids coming in, we are getting more solids, but we're getting a lot more flow. The flow is causing us more trouble than the actual solids coming from the town.
Okay.
It's making it hard for our stuff to settle. We're actually having to add polymer now, which I put in for polymer mixers to help with alleviate some of that. We'd actually turned the polymer off the other day. It went from about 3.5 foot to about 7 foot, which is getting up to the point where you're losing clarifier space. So we have to turn the polymer back on just to get 7 because the flow is coming through the plant. We're rated at 521 gallons per minute, basically. But the plant, you shouldn't run it up to within the 80%. It should be a lot lower than that to maintain your peak optimum output. So from what we're seeing, if it keeps continuing like that, the flow increases and stuff, there's a good chance that we won't be able to meet our standards that we need to meet for it to stay within the next 1.5 to 2 years. It's going to be tougher and tougher. We're actually having these chemicals to keep our solids down now. So 2 years of more growth, I can't say what we'll do on that. But yeah, we're seeing a big difference, especially in rain events.
Yeah.
That's hard, which it always is for anybody in the state.
So,
On a day-to-day basis, even in the dry season, we're seeing upticks from, well, I'll give you an example. 6 years ago, July, August, our flows might be 250 gallons a minute. Very rarely do we get below 400. So we're maintaining a higher flow consistently throughout the year. Years ago.
so you're saying even during your driest period, July and August, you're still seeing high flow
Higher flow.
of fluid. Could that be on the water side? Leakage from the water side, from the drinking water,
The I&I.
the infiltration and inflow?
Stuff, yeah, but usually in the dry weather, you have infiltration works both ways. If it can get in, it can get out.
Oh,
So in the dry weather, it should be some seepage out, but the seepage in causes more trouble than the other way.
Yeah.
It ain't enough to, you don't want something seeping out causing problems in people's yards.
Right. right.
The I&I coming in is more serious to us
Mhm.
than dry weather.
So continued investments in I&I would be welcomed.
Well.
Yeah.
Very much. Excuse me.
And we do have in the current budget, I don't know if you remember, in October, we did a budget amendment for the Find It, Fix It,
Yes.
which is the grant that we have.
Thank you.
So we had it was 4.5.
Yeah, 4.5,
million.
just under
So
4.5.
that is in a project budget, and we are slowly working on, some of those issues.
Good. Thank you for the reminder.
So, and I mean, obviously what we've seen increases on both sides, on water and sewer, is our sludge hauling. That has increased significantly because of the increased usage. I mean, because of more flow, we have more sludge hauling, and that is, you'll see that increase in both the water plant and the sewer plant line items.
Very much so. This,
And additional chemical
Yeah.
treatment on the sewer side, along with that, so that we meet the requirements.
and to put it into perspective, when we say a little more sludge hauling. When I first started, and for several years after, I got up to when, well, this is starting to happen about the last year and a half, 2 years, let's say. Normal sludge hauling was anywhere to 3 to 4 months between hauls. Now we're having to haul every 2 months, and we're lucky to make it 2 months. Additionally, we were using the process where stuff sits long enough that it pass a 30-day bench test where you didn't have to lime stabilize. We've got those sludges coming out so fast now, it's so raw, we have to lime stabilize, and that's adding about 3,000 to 3,500 per load onto it every time we haul. So it really adds up because it's coming through so fast. And that's where I'm at. On the bright side, though, we have reduced our nitrogen outputs total from when I first took over the position from anywhere from 150 to 200 pounds per million gallons discharged. We're down to the 30 pounds and 40 pounds.
That's excellent.
So that's nice, and that really helps the Jordan Lake stuff. It's talking about the Jordan Lake rules when they was talking years before that we couldn't meet them. That's a 6 milligram per liter on average for the month. I think our last month was like 5. So in the summer months, we can
Fantastic.
meet it right now. Even though we're getting bombed with flows, if we had a little less flow, it'd be a lot easier. But we have been working in the background, trying to get some of the stuff a little more in line with what we need to. The rules coming up. Winter time might be a little tougher.
But in the warmer months, you're able to do it because your bugs are more active due to the heat, the ambient temperatures.
We just made process changes in the plant, changed how it works. But the warm weather does help during the summertime, but winter time's a tough time. That's why your limits are different. So, I think it's a bright spot.
Yeah, thank
No,
you.
and I'm,
Thank you.
I'm very impressed with what you guys do with what you have. there.
Yeah, it really is.
So,
It's not-
But
On
both
both
of you
sides.
really.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
thank you, Corey.
Um,
Gentlemen, yeah, are we through?
Yeah, so it's pretty, essentially on enterprise fund, it's, I feel like it's more straightforward than
Yeah.
obviously a lot of the stuff I'm doing, but obviously we have our other projects.
Yeah.
Which we're gonna talk sort of about separately, but in terms of just the maintenance and the running of the water and sewer plant, those are, the requests and how we've allocated the revenue that we're projecting.
So my continuing question, I guess, is do we have a good idea of what we spend on advanced treatment?
So we do not track, I don't have it coded separately. So we would have to, I guess Corey and I would have to come up with a way to do that. I mean, we would have to code the invoices a certain way, and I would need to enter them into the system a certain way in order to be able to track that. And I guess from your perspective, I don't know, I know some of the chemicals obviously sort of are, I don't know if you would deem them advanced treatment or if they sort of are both, so again, it's, I guess, more trying to figure out exactly what you're.
Well, I mean,
wanting
I've
to-
been, in previous years, in all the previous years, I've asked so that we know when it comes time to say, this is how much we spend on it, this is how much it is. Now, we do have an active lawsuit to
Yeah.
recover our costs associated with this, and we don't know
Yeah.
what it is. So if we had started 4 years ago and tracking those separately, then we would be able to say, this is what it is, and this is what we project, this is what it is now that we had a PFAS treatment or, GAC treatment.
Right.
And this is what we're projected to be going forward, but now, 4 years later, we do have a lawsuit where we're trying to reclaim costs that we still don't know
Right.
what they are.
Right, I mean,
So-
obviously, we know the costs associated with the work that we did to the plant.
Sure.
It's more of the everyday chemical, and maybe, lab testing and, that stuff, you know, in the years prior to that.
Right.
And going forwards, yes, trying to figure that out.
Because, I mean, not to talk too much about the lawsuit, I guess, like, part of my interest in that is we spent this much putting the system in, and for the life of the plant, it's going to cost us
Yep.
X% extra to operate it.
Yep.
And we should recover those costs, but we have to know what they are.
Yeah.
I can.
So,
Yeah, I mean, because we can look back at some of the previous years, we only keep 3 years of our invoices, because that's what we're required to do.
but if we just, I mean, I don't even know about looking back, like Messick can
Right.
deal with that, but like, if we had separated it out 3
Yeah.
years ago, we would just have the budget. And I understand it's, you know, it's some more work to do it, but I still think we need to. And I think it's more relevant now that we've actually taken steps to try and recover it.
Yeah.
So, and I guess if there's more cost to do it, then maybe we can lump that in to for.
Yeah.
Right.
Eventually.
Well, I mean, I'm
Administrative.
Sure that there would be, if, you know, we could assess some administrative costs
Sure.
associated with, you know, these things.
Yeah. I mean,
There's probably some formula for calculating that, the lawyers.
And then the lawyer takes half and then we get.
Right, exactly. Yes, but Corey and I can have some other conversations about that and how to track it, code it, and break it down, because again, some of the invoices that they get are sort of part our
Sure.
normal treatment
Sure.
and part, you know, the additional costs. So we just would need to know how to break that down.
And we still haven't had to get a lower GAC yet. We're
That's
still
great.
running on the original
That's
GAC,
good.
so,
Yeah. But when we do, I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
I'll just be very clear, like, I want a different department account, whatever it is in this budget. that
Well,
is,
so-
like,
I wouldn't budget it in a different line item in the budget. I
Okay.
can track it separately. So it's the way I would code the invoice, and then I can pull a report and say, out of our chemical expenses, this much was for our regular treatment, this much was for our advanced. But it would all go under our kind of line item, but I would be able to pull a breakdown. for you.
I guess I don't have a preference on the accounting practices, but I think it's important, like, to show the public, I mean, to be able to say we do it, but also to say, we're budgeting for this year that we're gonna spend X
Yeah.
on advanced treatment. And
Yeah.
to me, it makes the most sense to be able to go through
Yes.
we detail a lot of things in the budget.
Yeah.
To me, it makes the most sense to be able to detail that also.
Right.
And it'll be-
Chemicals, advanced treatment chemicals,
And-
or time. I mean, we're hiring for people to operate.
Yes.
Like, at some point we are. I mean, our people now are taking their time to operate the GAC system. So, you know, to me, it's a bigger accounting thing than it is than just chemicals, than just anything else, like a portion of our,
Right, I mean,
Operating
the time,
expenses.
that's a hard, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to track that,
um,
because they don't submit their time sheets that way.
right, no, I mean, but,
But we can estimate, we could do it.
Yeah, you can do an estimate.
Yeah,
And
and I'm trying to be more prescriptive because I've
Yes.
asked for this for 4 years and we don't have any idea today. So, like, we've got to do something.
thank you, Kyle. Agreed. And it's also going to be useful when it comes time to do water conservation in town. To say, this is what it's costing us to
Yeah.
give you that really high quality water. Currently, the best quality municipal water in the county.
In the state.
I don't know about the state. No, there's others who have GAC plants in the state, but nobody else in Chatham County has a GAC plant.
And there's not that many in the state that have the GAC system, which that's gonna probably change with the new PFAS.
Oh, yeah.
program.
There's a lot of work.
So we've already had a walk
Sanford.
and tore the plant
Oh,
and
yeah.
tore the GAC system,
Yeah.
so it's gonna be.
Did you charge them?
I'm probably gonna
charged them
start
to leave.
investing in Calgon now.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
But
Might not be here in a couple of years.
CLG on the tipper side.
but,
They're advertising on our tank, so we can.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, think broadly. I mean, these are costs that were imposed upon us by other people. And so you should think as broadly as you can. And account for it. We do have to tell that story. We have to be able to be confident in those numbers. Even if it's an estimate with stipulations or qualifications, like the time. I mean, I think that's worthy of your effort as well as making a qualified estimate of the time of labor that is attributable to
Because if they
advanced
haven't
filtration.
already, the attorneys are gonna come ask us, what are
Yep,
our costs?
eventually.
What are we coming for?
Yeah. But I think is a segment of the public that will be responsive to that in terms of conservation efforts too. Wow, we're paying that much for fancy water. That's compelling. to some
On top
people.
of the 3.5 million.
Yeah. So I think we've beaten this horse enough, but Heather, you said we were going to talk about other projects as well, but is it going to touch on the drinking water plant at all? The big grant project for continued advanced
In
filtration?
other words, what John is asking is, are these folks ready to go back to work?
Kind of in that vein, but I mean, I also want to have that conversation at some point.
I mean, it's certainly in our list of projects, the grants.
There's an update on Monday on that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
So we can do attendance.
yeah, and Corey will be with us
No,
Monday.
I just keep thinking about that Duke Energy estimate, $3 to $6 million just for new electrical upgrades. And we've got to be able to do better that if we sharpen our pencils and think more carefully about microgrid or solar or efficiency or time of use or any number of electrical engineering energy resiliency features. So.
Well, maybe that can be part of the strategic framework next. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank
for
you
having
guys. Thanks for all your efforts.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, we don't get to see either of you often enough. I think. I I remember the last time I visited, I think it was with Commissioner Vose. And yeah, that was, that's always a really interesting time down there. You and your laboratory and both of you in your laboratories.
Well, mine's a little cleaner.
Thank you, guys.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
If you want to see, like I talked about the pounds per million stuff, everything, you want paper on that, stuff looking right, I'll shoot them over to you.
Wonderful.
Good news.
Too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Take care.
We ready to take a break or we're kind of ahead of things, just a little teeny bit. maybe.
Yeah, and we had kind of anticipated we might gain some ground when we got into this portion. So yeah, break is good.
So currently in the budget, I do not have a position for assistant town manager. So if that is a desire of the board, that can be added, obviously there costs associated
money,
with that.
yeah.
And either I need to cut something or again, come up with revenue either through tax increase or something else to cover that position. So I just wanted to, I had forgotten that I didn't highlight that earlier, to sort of let you know that that is not currently in the budget.
So along, thanks for bringing that up, Heather.
Yeah.
So to what degree would, now we've talked about how we budget positions, across both funds. Are we viewing that position in that same fashion, or we just viewing that as a general funding or?
So just as a reminder, all of our administrative positions that fall under Department 4200, which is, town manager, myself, town clerk, all of the people that work in the finance department. We split those salaries 50-50 between general fund and enterprise fund. Additionally, we split the engineering department 50-50 between general fund and enterprise fund for salaries and benefits. So, I think probably assistant town manager would be the same way unless it was determined that that person was going to be handling specific departments or projects that would only fall under one fund or the other. But I think that we would split, that position would be split the same way. That is a consideration though, to think about obviously in upcoming budgets, if we merge with Sanford, because obviously that would no longer happen. And a lot of those positions, almost all of them would still be here.
Right.
And would need to be fully covered by general.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a much bigger concept.
Yes.
Like, so let's set aside
Yes.
I meant to bring this up, so I'm glad we got to it, but like, yeah, so I mean, what is that? How much is that? Like a million?
I don't have it written down in front of me right now, but I can give you, I can get that information and give you that.
But the
that
numbers
number.
do work?
Pardon?
The numbers do work that way?
Well, so
That's what
if we were pulling,
No, I mean,
so,
if the deal happened tomorrow and we had to fully fund all of the salaries, do our numbers still work?
we would, we would need to get more revenue. So we would probably have to increase taxes. Or cut something back.
Something significant?
Yeah. So, so if you, so if you look at our, actually, there's an easy way to see. So if you look at our, right, let me go back to Department 4200. So, you'll see that our salaries is, in that department is just under 400,000. So that is only half of our salaries for, admin. So essentially double that, and that would be, so the total personnel cost is 546,000. It would be. Yeah,
Now we can see.
That would be for.
for administration, yeah.
That would be for.
If we merged and we
Oh, okay.
obviously no longer
Right.
had the salary split between the funds.
Yeah.
And if we needed to be paid, because obviously we still will have a town manager, we're still gonna have finance director, we're still gonna have my accounts payable person who also is utility billing. So whether or not that we are doing that on behalf of Sanford, we're still gonna have that position, we're still gonna have HR, we're still gonna have the accounting specialist that we just hired an accounting specialist on Monday.
Yeah.
We will still have that position and customer service. Those
Bless you.
positions plus you will still be there.
With a hopefully commensurate reduction in demands on people's time.
Right, potentially,
So,
yeah, I mean,
all in all, it's going to be a very interesting period of time to manage through
yeah,
ups and downs.
right. And again, not knowing, I mean, so again, we still don't know exactly how we're gonna work it with Sanford. If we are going to, if they contract with us to be accepting utility bills in
right.
the office or not, because that then we would have an offsetting money from that.
Some,
Right,
Yeah.
but again, we don't know how that works out, so. Anyway, so that's just something that we have talked about at the department head level. And that obviously in the current budget, we are still splitting it, but it's something to be aware of and to think about. For subsequent budgets.
So we're gonna spend millions of dollars, gain essentially no capacity, and have to raise taxes just to cover town payroll. Do I not understand something? What am I missing? What am I tangled up in?
that's a,
But it all
that's
seems
a
like
murder
they're,
discussion.
but I mean, it all seems to be related.
It is, yeah.
It's just. All right. I said,
I
I'm
mean,
I'm
we'll,
used to it.
we'll talk about it here. This section, but like, but I think it's an important consideration as part of the merger of what we do with these positions, because I think that if we were to really look at our entire admin and entire engineering section, I'm not, and what their actual percentage of work is on utility versus, or, enterprise versus general. It might not be 50-50 across the board, but that's sort of an advantage we have of having utility now. I
Right,
think.
well, so I mean, definitely, and when we think about it in terms of it, so if I'm looking at personnel, I look at the admin. I would definitely say probably more than 50-50 on my part right now is currently spent on utility. And not that, but I still would obviously have plenty of stuff to do under general. And right now, obviously, our utility accounts payable person, that's split pretty much 50-50. She potentially does, because she does utility billing and also payroll.
Oh, yeah.
So, and then obviously HR, I mean, we split, so we have payroll, HR person, so we split that 50-50. But then obviously, so essentially, half the people are under, utility. And so, I mean, a lot of it is, split. But I do think, obviously, we still need all those, we still need to have a payroll person.
I mean, I think, to your point, James, like, I think in this case, it's really probably freeing up resources we have to focus on the growth that's coming. It's really how it is, but there is going to be a point where we add $500,000 to our general fund expenses because of this. As one of the results of the merger.
It's just a non-trivial result.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think we really talked about that at all.
No.
We haven't gone by it.
Yeah, no, yeah.
No, because it's sort of, I mean, it's embedded in the budget, it's not an easily seeable thing that it's split that way. And so, but that is, obviously something that we started talking about more, just as we were going through this budget process. I do think, like you said, there will be capacity that each of those positions has, so that hopefully we're not needing to hire, positions for a time frame in terms of, because those individual positions will have gained some capacity if they are no longer doing utility functions. But again, there's an unknown thing whether or not we will be doing any contract services per se for.
I mean, I expect that we will, like, we're going to accept payments in Pittsburgh for one thing,
Right.
like.
I mean, I would assume that as well, but again, we
That's-
haven't had that explicit conversation or, understanding yet. Because I just would assume that they would not want to set up their own office.
No, they don't. I mean, they've
So,
said that in
yeah.
some of the meetings, like, we will have that, so.
Right,
and
so there
other-
will be, and then I would assume we would negotiate some type of, payment for that, so.
Sure.
So there would be that revenue process.
I have a question, but I can't get the words out, so I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm trying to get there.
No, that's good.
Well, Heather, can you remind me about the splitting of the actual Public Works Department budget? Is part of that out of the general fund, or is it all out of enterprise?
No, so essentially we have two departments.
The dry
We have
part.
Public Works Works,
Yeah,
which is,
okay.
which we have titled, so I always go by the number, so 5,400, we have Public Works.
Yeah.
That's a general fund function. So that is our streets, right away maintenance, that. Then we have Public Utility
Okay.
Department, which is under enterprise. which
And
is-
that's totally enterprise. The two of them
Right.
don't mix
So-
in any way, or do they?
No, well, so our personnel right now sort of intermingle. They do both functions.
Yeah,
So the way that we do have, each of our personnel are hired under a particular department,
okay,
meaning they were hired under Public Works or they were hired under Public Utility.
okay,
However, accounting wise, I pool all their salaries together and I split it 50-50.
okay.
So, and that's only, and it essentially works out because we have this almost the same number of people under each department.
Almost no impact in that case. There's
Right.
maybe small differences. in
Right,
salary.
but so we do that just because currently the personnel do both functions.
Yep.
So we will have somebody that is technically was hired as Public Works, but they are also helping to fix a water main break.
Yeah. Okay,
And vice versa. So we'll have somebody that's hired as Public Utility, but they are helping maintain the right of ways.
So unpopular question probably, but if it's gonna free up that much capacity, does it also mean we would have an excess of staff at that point?
No,
If it's half
so
the work is
in-
going away and we're keeping most of the people, your point of adding capacity to it, do we now have an inflated headcount at that point?
So
I know we're not gonna solve it all today, but I'm just
Right.
throwing things that are hitting my head as we think about that.
Right. So I would say in admin, I would say no, because some of it I have to have separate duties because there has to be checks and balances. Additionally, if we are still performing some of those functions as a contract for Sanford, we again would still have that, need that
The
capacity.
additional capacity.
So under admin, I would say no.
Well, another thing I would add to that is on the public works side, I think, for the future, we have a lot of room to enhance the services that Public Works provides, become more of a full service, Public Works department. So, I think for that reason, in that area, we would not have excess.
But we've got to get the money to be able to afford these new. features and
Right, that's
services.
right.
I think the reality is we might, in some of these cases, and it varies per week or year or whatever, extra load now with merger things, but we're probably operating more at like 120%, and we might go down to 90% for a while. And then, it's not, I don't think, just the way jobs work, we're not gonna go from 100% to 50%. And
No, I get what you're saying, but it also.
more time to focus on
Yeah.
things that they don't focus on now because. But yeah, there is gonna be
It does
a
beg those questions. though.
little bit of a rubber band effect.
Yeah, I also don't think it's certainly not outside the realm of feasibility that when we get more, into the weeds about this, that Sanford may see a benefit to maybe largely keep our current Public Works and Utilities work group intact and in some way, have a contractual arrangement to where, we might continue to do, function very similarly, but Sanford supporting it financially. So,
Well, and I think too, if it's going to be a cliff that's hard for us to absorb, then that is something we should talk about as part of the merger. Is, hey, we'll take, we're gonna split half of this off this fiscal year and half of this off this fiscal. I think that's similar to what you were saying, but
Yeah.
Depending on what that cliff would be, and if we can absorb it, they could absorb it easier with a larger budget, and they could, we could work through that transition period longer
Yeah.
than the day that we signed the merger paper.
Right.
Well, that's going to be a real challenge for you, Heather, because you're going to have to tell the working group with Sanford, what are we expecting in return? Or is what we're expecting in return for the merger just to be relieved from paying the salaries and the chemicals and the GAC and all of that, just to have it out of our hair? Or is it, or what is the functional return as far as sewer plant, NPDES permit, et cetera, the plant part as opposed to the personnel part? I mean, that's a tricky wicket. I can't imagine what that's going to take to be able to figure out, because we don't need to be able to come back later and say, hey, darn, we should have told Sanford that we needed $16 million to pay us for our various facilities that we've got here.
Right, I mean, so I don't know, so I guess, we haven't had that conversation in terms of that expectation of whether taking over our assets and our debt.
I can say with great confidence, they're not going to pay us for our facilities.
Right, that was my assumption, was
Yep.
that they're essentially taking our assets and our debt, and we're not necessarily getting
Anything
5 million, whatever for it. It's just that we are no longer
obligated.
and we no longer have that, to deal with. Again, the value, it's not the value of our water plant, wastewater plant is obviously only valuable to other municipal, it's.
Well, that's part of it,
Right, but
but they're taking on $200 million in debt also. Like
And they
with our
also are
project.
taking on miles and miles of service lines that they have to maintain.
And they're also taking on an obligation to provide potable water and proper disposal
Right.
of sewage and drinking water to the town of Pittsburgh, which could be in the near future, 60,000 people.
So,
That's not a,
right, it's not a small thing. So, I think, again, these are conversations that we're gonna keep having about, the personnel, where we've had initial discussions, or Ken and I'm not sure if we've actually given them a finalized list of the positions that we would anticipate would transfer.
No, we haven't given it yet.
So, but those are, again, continued discussions that we will be having about that, because, technically the positions under Public Works, the people that were hired under Department 5400, they would stay with the town because they're gonna still maintain our streets
Sure.
and maintain our right of ways. And then the people that are under public utility would potentially, either be, depending on, I guess, on the arrangement, would be, going to Sanford. So, anyway, but those are continued discussions.
thank you. Ken, I guess we're just a few minutes over 3:00.
Well,
yeah.
I guess the one thing we didn't hit on there, sorry, is
Okay.
the assistance for Jonathan. And that is not in the budget now. That's how we got on the split discussion.
Yes.
So, I think what I would say about that at this point is that it's because it's balanced. Like my desire with putting that in the budget was that we've said it's a priority, going back to Brian, like this is a priority, do it, this is a priority, do it, and they haven't done it. So our budget is our priority, that's how we assign dollars to our priorities. So that's why I wanted to include it. But at this time with the state of the budget, I would probably defer this to Jonathan at this point, and see if he wants to add it in the next, month, or if he wants to bring it to us in August and say, this is what I want to do. Because I'm not sure what we would budget at this point, what level that is and things like that. So just for him to have the confidence that he can put it in the budget on May 2nd, if he wants, or he could come to us with a budget change on, August 17th.
Right.
And we're supportive of that, very supportive of it. But obviously we want to leave it open to him to how he wants to organize it.
So my only thing with coming for a budget amendment for a staff position, hesitate to not take that out of fund balance. So, because typically for staffing positions, we don't use fund balance.
That's
for
true.
that.
Yeah.
So I would rather obviously include it in the budget process and either be cutting something else or, increasing our revenue in some way to cover that. And again, yes, this is a conversation that I will be having with Jonathan.
Yeah.
But
So
so we can have that discussion about whether, and again, we could budget it starting mid-year, we could, but, I mean, it doesn't have to be a full year position. So the cost may be minimal, but I also do not know sort of the salary range for this type of position.
depending on the type of level.
Assuming that it is
Right.
similar to our department head salaries potentially, but, again, I don't know, and I haven't had those conversations with Jennifer, regarding, that salary.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. But I mean, that's what I would say, even though I'm the one that brought it up and said, put it in the budget, but I would say, let's leave it up to Jonathan in the next 2 months
mhm.
here and see what he thinks, but
Okay.
just.
Well, I see your point, but I also remember that very first day that Chris gave us his resignation. And I think I said something like, what we need to do is make sure this doesn't happen again.
Mm,
We need to give this new person, whoever we hire,
mm,
the opportunity to know that they are supported in as many different ways as possible. And I agree that this is one of them. And I didn't realize you couldn't take salaries out of fund balance, but,
Well, so technically you can.
oh,
I would strongly suggest against it because you don't want to take a recurring expense out of your.
I see. Okay.
So,
But-
but then you're still having to, next year, we're still having to then figure out how we're covering that.
Yeah.
We allocate some money for the second half of next year. Give him time to get here, give him time to figure out if he wants to find an
Right, so again,
assistant.
it's gonna then be, there's gonna be some adjustment to the budget in terms of
Right.
what's obviously in balance right now. and find that
I
money.
understand.
Yeah, for a half a year, we'd have to come up with something like, what, 75 or $100,000?
Well, and think
Well, I-
too
yeah.
about how much more we're paying him than we ever paid anybody before.
Right,
Is that in the
So-
budget?
oh, yes, yes, it is, yeah.
And all of
I would
this,
include
all of the
the
support and
expenses in that.
parts of the contractor are with him, his car, it's, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I do feel strongly about supporting him in the manner in which we know he needs to be supported. I'm just wondering if we need to be making that decision or he needs to be.
Yeah,
I agree with that, man. I think it should be up to Jonathan. I know we have spoken numerous times about assistant manager or deputy manager or whatever, but and I'm not so sure that Chris Kenny would have stayed with his issues if he had assistant manager.
Oh, I agree.
He would,
Yeah.
But if we leave, kind of put it in Jonathan's corner and say, hey, in January 1, would you be interested in if you feel budget or whatever? Put it into the second part of the year.
I would say put it into his court, like a hybrid almost, and say, in the next 2 months, tell us when in the next year you want the position to start and how much you want to, what level of salary do you want us to budget for?
Indeed, yeah.
So like by the end of next year, he might say 11 months from now,
All right, so-
or 6
so
months from now.
Kyle, you're saying we're not asking him, does he want an assistant? We're asking him, how much do you want this person
When in the
paid and
next
when do you want them
year-
to start?
Yeah, in the next year, when do you want them to start and how much do you think?
Okay, there's a big difference there.
Or are there other ways in which we can support him? I mean,
Well, and that is why I termed it assistance for the town manager too, because he might say, what would really help me the most is if we had a director of sustainability. And we could say, okay, great, that's that position. It's
Or add
not
that money to the planning
necessarily-
director and get somebody really hot shot.
Right, so I mean, it's not necessarily assistant town manager or deputy chief town manager, whatever we might make up, but it just putting an amount of money out there to say in the next year, make sure you're using this to help.
now I'm assuming that the line item for his salary is an administrative number
Mhm.
half general and half,
Mhm. Yeah,
Uh,
his salary is in with all the other salaries for Department
Okay.
4200.
okay.
Yeah.
And the board salaries,
The board salaries are totally general fund.
totally generally
Yeah,
funded.
I don't have that, but that's a
Okay.
small, as compared to.
It certainly is. It certainly is. That's on my list.
So, just so you know,
We're making
Both
overtime
Jennifer
today.
and
right?
both Jennifer and I have done research on the board salaries. So as in the budget currently, it is budgeted for the 5% COLA that we are giving to all staff is also applied to the board. When we have looked at salary ranges for other boards that are in towns of our size and the next tier up from us, or our board salaries are in line with those salaries.
Really?
Yes.
Every week.
No, but that's a short term,
Makes
I
10
mean,
times
obviously, ideally, you know, you have hired a manager, you're not gonna meet as often anymore. And obviously, depending on the status of the merger, after the merger happens, meetings may be significantly different. So, but again, the salaries are in line with, so we're obviously currently in the tier that is population wise 5,000 or less. But even when you look at the population up to 10,000, we are in line with that. So that's why that's why we did not budget any other increase aside from the COLA increase.
Wow.
So we're not underpaid, the county is overpaid.
The
Must be.
county is.
It's different. It's different
I
animal.
mean, yeah, so I mean, again, so when I compare salaries, it's to other municipalities, not to counties. And obviously counties, the county is a much higher population than the
Mhm.
municipality, yeah. So,
I think we do a lot more than other municipalities at this time, but again, I sort of joke now, I keep saying, once we get done with this, then once we get done. with
Oh,
this,
yeah.
then- But,
Mystery solved for Scooby-Doo.
but I think it's part of us, like talking
I'm
about
sorry.
strategic framework, getting Jonathan in here, like, it's up to us to keep elevating to, we're no longer like reviewing site plans, which is great. It's up to us to keep elevating to a higher level that takes less time, ideally, that keeps managers here, some talk about going to like one meeting a month in some of the manager interviews and stuff like that. So I think like getting policies and things in place that can be guidance for staff instead of us weighing in on $200 for an event downtown, for example, so it's somewhat on us how much we do, but we're in a unique situation as a little town becoming a big town and spending the time to do that.
So then what is the board's recommendation that we, how can we set aside an amount of money and then give the capacity to Jonathan to allocate it at whatever point in time he thinks it needs to be allocated in whatever manner he thinks that it's.
I mean, I think it's still a position. I mean, that's what, if we say like, tell us what level of position you'd like to hire for this case. And if you want to do it in July or January, like that might be the.
right, and I can have subsequent conversation with him about that.
And you can make those changes if he says, oh yeah, that'd be great. You can make those changes quickly and you can, what's the,
Yeah,
okay.
so I mean, again, like I said, the plan is that, so at your May 8th meeting, you would set the public hearing for the budget meeting, for the public hearing for the budget, for the May 22nd. So there wouldn't be any budget discussion at the May,
Mhm.
but then we would have the public hearing and discussion on the May 22nd meeting. And then probably obviously have a subsequent discussion and maybe adoption at the first meeting in June. And
Yeah.
obviously we still have the potential to have the third one at the final meeting.
Okay.
So, and we're only required to have that one public hearing, and even if you make changes to it, we still are only required to have the one public.
Then we need to go on then. Are we finished beating that particular horse?
Next stuff.
Okay.
On to the next horse.
Yeah, let's go on to the next horse. The strategic planning discussion, and you're going to start with that, are you not, Kent?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Mayor. So clearly, this is an area that, you know, the board, I think very wisely has interest in. There's been some history of activity or discussion, you know, about it. I've seen it reflected in some of the board's budget comments in past years. So, you know, strategic framework is, you know, oftentimes referred to as strategic planning as well. I'll just talk about a couple of thoughts and then kind of update on, you know, some kind of tangible things. So, you know, I think, number one, I think the strategic planning is a critical thing for us to do. I think it's very wise to do it. I think you see that as a best practice when you look across, North Carolina cities and towns, especially growing ones where, challenges are coming frequently, and we need to be able to look ahead and to be nimble and have, plans in place for dealing with issues that come up rapidly. So certainly our time has come as far as that is concerned. I have participated in a board level strategic process as staff in the past. It is it's a very enjoyable, exciting process. It can and should have a public component to it that seeks input, feedback from the public, both passively and actively through having various workshops and opportunities for the public to engage is a very important part of it. Certainly the board and its priorities and relationships is a very important element of it. And then the staff, the town staff perspective and involvement, participation is very important. So that's some of the elements of the process. There are many firms out there that facilitate these type of processes with boards. And so what I've found in talking with Heather some is Chris Kennedy actually initiated some work along this line. We actually received the town received a proposal that working through the COG, Triangle J, that, we could move, the board can move forward with, at the, when you think is the optimum time. I think as far as a schedule is concerned, I think, this is a process that will take the majority of 12 months, probably. 9 to 12 months, this process will take to do it well and do it comprehensively. So that's kind of the outline of this, and we'd be glad to hear the board's feedback or preferences as far as moving forward sooner or waiting. So.
Well, I would like to have some thoughts here. I have looked at a resolution to develop and implement a climate action plan. And I think nothing could be any more strategic and important than that would be. It's a fairly simple document just because it allocates this as an incredibly important idea that we shouldn't say the time has come, because the time came and went. And if we don't do something, I think we've simply got to do something. We've talked about it for a really long time, and we've been trying to get little incremental things done. But I think that there are plenty of examples of climate action plans that are out there that other jurisdictions have done. This would rely upon the staff to meet and set some goals and process for implementation. I was complaining earlier, and I don't mind telling you, that probably one of my greatest frustrations about being part of municipal government since 20, what feels like 19, since 2015 to 19, and then the last year and a half, is that we're always talking about doing a study. We're always paying for a study. This time, I think we know what we need to do. And some of the steps could be quite modest. We could go back to the ideas of having taken some successes in pesticide eliminations in our public works department. We could take a shot again at trying to get less plastic bag and plastic grocery store utilities taken in. They don't, we don't have to suddenly start building solar panels on the town hall that we don't have, but we just need to do something. And it's and so I think that I don't know, but as far as funding is concerned, I don't know whether we need to actually allocate something. If we're going to have staff develop a plan, especially if it's tagged to or inspired by other climate change plans, that climate action plans that have that other small towns have. I mean, I think we could do it with a minimum of funding, but with a maximum of thought. Just a few moments ago, we were talking about Triangle J. We have coordination with the county climate change committee that John serves on. I think that those are the kinds of things that's a strategic initiative that I think needs to go forward. And I would hope that we could do that without having to study it to death and without having to pay somebody to study it for us. Thoughts?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'll make just a kind of follow-up comment. I mean, what you've described is certainly an example of a strategic initiative that we're aware of. If we are, if that's our consensus, things that we're aware of, we can move forward. You're right. Those don't need to take 12 months, not need to take a lot of additional study. I think those are things that can fit within an overall, board or community-wide strategic plan for sure. So that's kind of the way I interpret the relationship between those two things.
I think that's right, Ken. I think that I think that's a good example of something that's important to all of us. But I don't think that the town of Pittsburgh has ever made a strategic plan. And like, when I look over the county's agenda, every agenda item they have relates back to their strategic plan that they update as much as they can, be applicable. And so we've talked about a lot of things today, Parks and Rec and greenways, and a lot of directions we're asking staff to go in and apply time to, and also talking about potential free time they might have, or how do we utilize our resources as they shift from one fund to the other, and things like that. But and also I 100% guarantee the government moves frustratingly slow in many cases. But I think we have to step back and sharpen our axe a little bit and say what our overall direction is, or what our desires are, and then how we get to those. Because it's like greenways are an example. We want more greenways, but we had to sit down and make a plan and say where we had greenways currently, and then we can look at how to interconnect them, how to fund those things. And it's just slow because we don't have money. And so I think we've got to do the same thing as a whole, particularly that it's never been done. I mean, I think it's unique, and it's harder for staff to accomplish what we want, because we just come and say, hey, we want you to work on this, we want you to work on that, go do this, apply for this grant, whatever that is. But it's haphazard, I would say. And I think we're making good progress. We've done UDO, we've done all of these things that are headed in some way, but we really don't have the map that we're going to. We just know we think we're going in the right direction, but we don't have a map. And so I think we got to sit down, make a map, and then make our route on a map, which is a strategic plan. But which I think is interesting too. I mean, again, like Ken was saying, I think it's going to be a interesting process, a fun process. But it is just creating another plan, and it's not putting directional signage downtown, or those other things. But even that's what downtown Pittsburgh is doing the same thing, like going through, putting out their things, having community input sessions, doing those things. I mean, I think I'm surprised it's never been done in Pittsburgh. But I think that would help everybody kind of focus our efforts to do that. And I think that what you're describing is a likely thing that we will do. But I think it's more important to focus on overall what that is, get that done, and then see what we can, sort of attack after that.
So you're saying that the climate action plan needs to be a part of an overall gigantic scheme of strategic planning?
I don't think it needs to be gigantic necessarily, because there's a concept of a comprehensive plan too, that would take our UDO and our Parks and Rec master plan and I forget what else, some other things, and make them in one plan. Like, we've done a lot of work on a lot of these things. I don't think I think a strategic plan actually is very compact. It would probably fit on a page at the end of the day, the distilled results of that. But it is a process that takes a while, because it's it's not only what is the top priorities of the six of us here, but also from the community too. And what are all of our top priorities? And if we say, not everything can be a top priority, so we've got to say what what is our primary thing? And I think that might be one, but we'll be surprised by what some of those are. And I think it's important to figure out. We still have to do other things in the meantime, like work on the merger and do these things, but
Well, and I understand what you're saying. I'm also thinking, though, that this is such a no-brainer, that this could be the seed that starts more comprehensive strategic planning. I mean, this is a no-brainer. It's got to be done. And it's got to be done now. The statistics are just dismal about our inability to be able to make it to temperature increases of 1.5 degrees. We're past that. We're past it now, and we've sat around and not acted. And I think that that's what makes it perhaps the most easy thing to do. Yes, it would be lovely to have the opportunity to take it and study it and spend the time on it. But other things are going to push it out of the way. I mean, look how long it took to do the UDO. Look how long it takes to do any master planning of land use kinds of things. It is a process that is so it can so easily be displaced when other things come up, like the merger or like utility issues that, the broken pipe on Lindsay Street that has got to be repaired immediately. But if we just get something in place, something that would be a starting point, that would, I mean, it's sort of like my going to Burlington last week, I mean, it didn't do anything. It didn't make the Burlington commissioners anything but just probably a little ticked off. But what it did was it started people talking about it and thinking about it in a way that if we just got a couple of little things done, see, studying and implementation are just two entirely different things in this world of municipal government. And implement, John very nicely said something a couple of hours ago about my benches on the sidewalk on East Street. And for those of you who know me well, you know that at the end of my first term, somebody asked me, what did I think was the most important thing I was able to get done in the town of Pittsboro in my term? And I thought for a really long time. And I realized it was those 3 benches. That was the only thing that I can say that went from start to finish that actually got done. It got started because of some fellow that had heart problems and wanted to walk. And he couldn't walk between X and Y before he gave out. And so he asked me, he said, can't you get some benches in there? Well, we got 3 benches put in. And I can tell you that I don't think, I mean, it was sort of a joke in a way, but I don't think it really was. In other words, there wasn't really anything that I could say got done in those first 2 years, except that those 3 benches. And I feel like it could be the seed, I really do, for making people more interested in a strategic plan that looks like that one up there. So I'll be quiet. I thought this was a good time to bring this up.
I think it was. I think it is. And thank you, Mayor Perry, for raising the issue. I haven't never seen the county strategic plan, but I went looking for it real quick. And I didn't find that, but I did find school districts strategic plan. And, they have things in there that are pretty overarching and ambitious. We want our stakeholders to know that we take security, safety, health very seriously. And innovation, big emphasis on innovation. So, I think that there's the place for ambitious calls to action, like a climate action plan policy, I think is in a strategic planning process. I think it needs to be something that we think about, that we ask staff to think about, the same way that we ask staff to think about equity and inclusivity and anti-racism and environmental performance that's doesn't raise to the issue of greenhouse gas emissions. So I think it's timely. And I imagine that it's something that TJCOG will fairly easily be able to incorporate in some way or shape because of their
Right.
vast membership who do have climate action plans in place already because of the internal knowledge at TJCOG of these issues. So, yeah.
And as you were describing, our strategic plan needs to be our plan. Typically, you will see, like you were talking about, you will see, 4 to 5 to 6 kind of, broad goals. And then, out from those, you will have, maybe 6 to 10 objectives. And then for those objectives, you have, action items. So that's, a typical way it cascades to the mayor's point of actual benches on the ground or whatever the case might be.
Yeah.
And just as a clarifier, so we have a proposal, but we did also sign a contract with them for that proposal.
Right.
And it just, I will need to do a budget amendment because that money was allocated under the last fiscal year. I will need to do a budget amendment to carry that forward.
There was a fairly reasonable price.
$18,000.
Right. So anyway, it's not to belabor it today, but I did feel like it was worthwhile to talk about while we were together, and certainly we will, be ready to initiate that at the board's pleasure. So.
If we're ready to go on and we've got a half an hour to go, the merger and regionalization update, Kent and Commissioner Shipp and Farrell will lead us in a discussion about where we are, what our update is.
Sure. I was hoping that Paul might join us, but I'm not sure. He may come in process. So, okay, that'd be great because, clearly, legal is, very important for this. Mostly today, I wanted to kind of give you in a more formal way an update on, kind of where the merger discussion, stands, what we foresee in the coming weeks. I did mention Kyle and Jay in there because of their involvement with the governance committee that has been established. And, have appreciated and very much valued their participation in that. So As we have heard in a lot of your board meetings over the winter, a lot of focus remains on funding for the major utility projects. If you'll recall, that includes the force main system that we've talked a lot about. It also involves the major water projects. That includes Sanford's water plant expansion, transmission system to bring that water to Pittsboro. And then some of the later term projects would involve increasing sewer treatment capacity that would come in a later phase, but has been talked about substantially over the last couple of months. Last week, we did have a joint meeting between the town, City of Sanford, and Chatham Park to start laying out a funding plan for these major utility projects. Kind of the emphasis of that, first meeting was to, do a couple of things, particularly with Chatham Park, was to, kind of lay out that we're now, looking at a kind of a program of projects and not just a individual force main project, which had kind of been the original focus. And so that's one part of it. And so in order to do that, we will need to, for the most part, rewrite the agreements that we have with Chatham Park. And most of the conversation was around, trying to streamline and have a single agreement as much as possible. And that's certainly more realistic and feasible. Some of the other agreements kind of came on intermittently because of the progression of the development of Chatham Park. But kind of now that we have that, kind of looking back perspective, I think we can combine a lot of those features into a new agreement. So that is what was discussed with Chatham Park last week. We are planning a subsequent meeting in the near future to get back together with them to start to talk about, some of the specifics. For instance, specifically, what might be the capital contributions that we may be requesting from Chatham Park in order to fund these projects. And then, what is the consideration for that capital contribution? Another kind of different thing we're looking at is Sanford is now talking in terms of these becoming City of Sanford projects. Not totally the financial part of the projects, but for instance, taking our force main project and rebidding that as a City of Sanford project. Sanford is also pursuing appropriations through the legislature that would be more or less earmarks. A number of requests have been made. Sanford feels that there is pretty wide support for the proposals. However, those proposals will certainly get weighed against other proposals that are before the legislature. However, Sanford speaks very optimistically about our potential outcome. So, we eagerly await that. I think I mentioned this morning that we got the good news of our interest rate on our SRF loans going to 0%, which was great news there. So that's kind of an update on the pursuit of the projects. Now, as I talked about, we've organized a governance what we call a governance committee, you know, to talk just about that, to talk about, you know, what does the merger look like? You know, what role might Pittsboro have in a merged system? And, you know, what does that look like? You know, both Pittsboro and Sanford have identified priorities for discussing what goes into an agreement. You know, of course, those are very, you know, kind of legal driven documents. Some drafts have been started. In fact, earlier today, Paul was on a video call with Bob, who is our contract attorney, and with Mac, who is Sanford's attorney. And they were discussing some of the more of the specifics about, you know, what those agreements might look like. And we just talked about Paul. So welcome back, Paul. I was just saying that I think you were on a video call maybe earlier today about the merger.
Yes.
You might have some updates.
It was mostly about enforcement. This is going to be complicated. If you didn't know that already. There's lots of moving parts. The utility part of this is obviously dependent on financing. And the financing is up in the air. You know, it was simple when we had SRF loans to deal with, but now we're talking about money possibly from the legislature. Some politics involved in that, because it's all going to be dependent on the budget, and the budget is at least the end of June, maybe even later than that, depending on discussions between the Republicans and the Republicans who are in control today. So who knows? But anyway, there's a substantial amount of money been asked from the legislature to direct fund the force main part of this. And there are also the expansion of the water plant, the water line up the Moncure Road. Those are all the sort of the short-term projects. There's some others that are longer term, but those are the short term. And depending on what the state financing is, and the hope is that it will be grants, not loans, that there will be enough money to go around. Chatham Park, we have had some discussions with them. They understand the scope of the problem, and it's not just the sewer side, it's the water side as well. Further negotiations or discussions need to talk. But it's all sort of contingent on how much money can we get from the legislature to determine whether there's a shortfall or not, and how to deal with the shortfall if there is. So, and then the merger stuff, I mean, are these going to be Pittsboro projects? Are these going to be Sanford projects? Are they going to be Pittsburgh's and then Sanford's? All those are sort of issues that have yet to be determined. And anyway, that's sort of where we are. I mean, if you have questions, I'll try to answer the question. It'd probably be better than trying to wander all over the landscape. The merger part is still being talked about as a total asset transfer and liabilities. And the assumption is that there are not going to be any liabilities on the part of Pittsboro that Sanford would have to assume. So that means either that the financing comes from Sanford or to Sanford, or there isn't any. We get grants to cover everything. So that's to be determined. But then basically the physical assets of the town's water and sewer systems would be transferred to Sanford, and they would operate that. And you heard this morning some issues about how the operation and I guess the water system might work with the fire department. There are going to be other issues about that too, because you got planning and zoning how it's going to interact with Sanford in terms of the water and sewer capacity, when and if we ever have any. So all that is yet to be determined, but that's a governance kind of issue that Mr. Shipp and Mr. Farrell have been somewhat involved in, I guess. So anyway, I don't think anything is written in stone. And I'm not sure which cart becomes the horse. I mean, which comes before the horse. So there's so many moving parts.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say that you got to decide on the force main before you can decide on the water plant, before you can decide on the water line, before you can decide on a merger of the assets. It's all going to be sort of jumbled up together in the end.
So, Paul, let me see if I heard one particular piece. Did I actually hear you say that Sanford wants zero liability, zero debt?
Well, I wouldn't say they want zero, but they don't want millions and millions and millions of dollars unless they have something to do with it. Or know about it. So
the debt we're already carrying, you're not expecting.
No, I mean, Heather probably has a handle on that, but I think it's fairly nominal.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously we have, right now, I mean, we have an existing USDA loan, and we have a small.
Yeah, they're not concerned about the debt we have now.
Yeah.
They're concerned
But
about.
it's only a couple $100,000, isn't it?
It's only what?
It's only a couple $100,000, isn't it?
Right,
Yeah.
so I mean, so.
That's not enough zeros for anybody to get concerned about.
Right, they're just worried about these large projects.
They're worried about us taking on $200 million in debt to do these projects and then giving it.
And of course, they represent that because of Sanford, I don't know whether it's just the size or their experience or what, but they think they can get a better deal than Pittsburgh can deal. And that their rates on any financing, if there had to be loans, that would be cheaper than what Pittsburgh could get. And they did have some information about their SRF loans or at a lower rate than what Pittsburgh was being offered.
It was.
So.
But it's not selfish necessarily, like everyone's goal in this is that eventually we have rate parity with Sanford. Sanford's rates are much lower than ours right now.
Pittsburgh's 2.5 times what Sanford's is.
Right. So to get those to meet without debt, it's easier. With a lot of debt, it's almost impossible. And so, when we do this merger agreement of how long that time period is to rate parity, whether that's 10 years or infinity years, that's their concern about capital. So it's not about what we have now. We have, from a utility perspective, we have essentially no debt. I mean, it's not capital, but we have essentially no debt. Essentially no capital either, maybe, but no, that's not the current stuff is not the concern. It's like, so how do we, it's hard with how far apart we are now to get to rate parity, to get our rates to a reasonable level.
And if your rates are a function of SDFs or user fees, and you have debt involved in that, then that's got to be paid. So that even makes the parity issue even extended further, or maybe even never ever be able to accomplish. So free money is the goal. That's not a lot of it.
Yeah, I share that goal.
There are time constraints too. I mean, the funding is at least June, maybe September. There is a desire on the part of Sanford, at least, to pursue the force main part of this as soon as possible. But that's as soon as possible means that's going to be dependent on the financing and the money, and plus some other technical stuff that has to be done as well. So, I mean, I think everybody's working towards that goal. It's just that, and then the water plant, that will be before you all shortly, in terms of an agreement between Sanford, Holly Springs, and Pittsburgh to deal with that. And there's some options and choices there that have to be made, but that's going to be pretty soon. And that depends on, whether you're a merged system. You don't need to be a party to that. If you're not a merged system, then maybe you do. And if you are, how do you pay for it? So there are lots of issues there. The water line is being designed. And Channel Park has been approached about paying for that. But of course, they want something in consideration for that. And then that raises issues about whose line is it that we're talking about? Is it a Sanford line? Is it a Pittsburgh line? Is it going to be a Channel Park line? You know, all those things have got to be worked out. So it's not a simple process.
No, but I mean, I would say there's a lot of active work now with staff and consultants and all the stuff to sort of put all these things together in agreement. And like Ken had talked about, sort of a single agreement to clean up a lot of the other agreements, which everyone is also, you know, on board with doing that. But I think with the timing of what we have to do, we sort of have to put the agreement together with a space for the dollar amount. And as long as the dollar amount is less than X, then we fill it in and we keep going. If it gets to be over X, then we have to figure out something else.
Or else you do it with three different options. If this is a Pittsburgh project, then it's one way. If it's a Sanford project, it's another way. If merger happens, you do it this way. If it doesn't happen, maybe Pittsburgh can do it some other way.
And which agreements are we talking about?
Lots of. I mean, you're talking about, he's talking about Channel Park agreements.
Yeah.
There's an existing agreement, the one that was done in 2018, that deals with the sewer capacity. And that was couched in terms of.
The NPDES sharing agreement.
No, that was separate. That was.
I think Paul's talking about the Sanford and.
The Sanford force main and the capacity, you know, paying 62.5% of the cost of the Sanford improvements. That was couched in terms of the SRF loans, you know, paying for part of that. Well, if we get some other financing that is not a loan, then none of that, that's not really a relevant contract in the first place. And in the second place, it needs to, I mean, there's some other issues in terms of the capacity that Pittsburgh might need to have for itself or its customers, other customers. So anyway, that's one thing that probably needs to be looked at. And again, it could be a global thing. I mean, the timeline for the water plant, the sewer, force main, the improvements to the pump station, the water line on Sanford, on Moncure Road, all those have different time frames and, you know, when money is available and from whom. They're all just sort of moving targets right now. But Kyle's right. Channel Park's been, you know, they've been agreeable to talk about it and discuss it, and now they understand the scope of the problem. It's not just a force main project. It is a force main pump station project. It is the water plant. It is the water line, and that's just the start.
Okay, so as you're hearing, there's clearly still more questions than solutions at this point, but I think the increase in the frequency and the number of questions is representative of progress that's being made nonetheless. So thanks for that update, Paul.
And Ken, I guess I'd say too, like on the governance side, like the meetings with, you know, the J&I we go to, I think we've made a lot of good progress on our list that we put together for them of, you know, must-haves and want-to-haves, and on their side, like Friesen Nichols has been helping a lot with that, of going through all of our wishes on kind of that governance side also. And I think there's less questions remaining there, you know, and even less questions over, not less questions, but like we're making good progress towards this goal and surfacing different questions while we answer questions. You know, so it's
and Friesen Nichols is sort of acting as the ringleader, I mean, not ringmaster, not ringleader, ringmaster.
Might be a service.
In terms of all these other, you know, the utility discussions, and they would be in the merger stuff too. But and the lawyers, I mean, lawyers don't agree very often, but everybody seems to be working and, you know, making progress on it. It's just going to take a while. but we don't have a whole lot of time.
So the 2018 sewer capacity agreement. And what else?
Well, there's that agreement. There is on the sewer side, there's the agreement with the recovery center or whatever they call it now. That has to be looked
The
at.
one I mentioned earlier about the amount of the sewer that we are reimbursing them, for what we collect.
And of course, while we're doing, we have a separate agreement with Sanford that is, impacted as a, in the Chatham Park part of it as well, in terms of the capacity fee. So that all depends on merger or not merger too. But as far as the Chatham Park stuff is concerned, the two sewer things there's another agreement that they have advanced the cost of the design for the water plant. That's the only contract on the water side. But there's going to be more. And sort of overarching all of this is that if there is debt, and if it is debt to somebody, by somebody, local government commission has to bless it. So if it's Pittsburgh's debt to either Chatham Park or to Golden or SRF or whatever the debt is, then local government commission may have to bless it. That will require some kind of feasibility study, which, we've done before, need to update it again. And, you've got a lot of variables there. You don't know what the costs of it are that you're trying to recover. You don't, once you all set an SDF fee, then you'll know the revenue side maybe, but you don't know the expense side, what you're paying for. So you can't do the feasibility study until you do that. And then the feasibility study is going to be trying to figure out how ratepayers or SDFs or some combination of the two can afford to finance whatever the project is that we're talking about. Just as an aside, the legislature, somebody introduced a bill in the legislature day before yesterday to cap rates for ETJ at 125%, not 200.
Utility rates?
But anyway. So that would affect your double rates everywhere. It would also affect Sanford. If it's a merged system, they can't, it would be a problem, charging different rates here and than there.
If they're considered distinct districts versus it's not ETJ.
It's not well written.
Oh, okay.
But the hurdles keep coming up faster than the solutions.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of hurdles, but I think we are clearing them. We're much closer now than we were 6 months ago because we've surfaced different questions, but there is a lot of things to put together to make this all work. And there would be if we were just a viable utility merging with another one, there's a lot of things, or if we were just trying to do one large capital project and merge with it, it'd be hard enough. It's been hard enough for us to figure out how to do one large capital project by ourselves. So it's combining all of these things, but we are making good progress on the sewer project, the water project, the regionalization, all of those things. But it's harder to make progress on all of those things at the same time.
But in the end, you're going to have some kind of resolution of all those things.
Yes.
Either if it's something that's going to be in the future. You got to know how it's going to be played. So.
Okay, thank you, Paul. So Mayor, we're ending near the end of our time here. We have one other topic we wanted to touch on, at least briefly, before we start to wrap up. And so that has to do with town facilities, and more specifically with town buildings. So, and Heather, I think we have so we talked this morning about that we have funds currently for some space study of the police department, maybe focusing on, current town hall, that type of thing. We discussed with FY, with the new budget, to have some funds for what we kind of called feasibility or market study of, town office space. I don't remember if we ended up leaving that in.
I'm not sure
or-
if it's in there currently. Hold on. It is not currently in there.
Okay.
So, but we do have, we have $100,000 in their project budget for a study. I mean, it's one that we specifically, titled as police, but that does impact obviously other staff, for if we wanted to look at, the town hall site or another site for the police. So, and again, I have no idea about the actual cost of these types of, studies that we hire for. So that may also cover town hall.
Right, okay.
Or admin staff, and then we currently have 50,000 budgeted for, either actual improvements or looking at space needs for our public works, public utility location. So
So all those relate. So, clearly the thing that we've had the most, I guess, formal proposal on, is the town hall. And I think, we know the kind of the history there. I think it is accurate that, the county's plans, I think this was discussed somewhat in your joint meeting with them last year, maybe. I think maybe the county's plans, have definitely changed so that, would have an impact on town hall from that perspective. And, we talked about the police department and current town hall, and then public works, also needs, some enhanced facilities. I did find in conversations with Taylor Hobbs that in an earlier study, they mentioned, I don't think they recommended the county's bus garage, the property off of, I think it's off of MLK Boulevard, as a, potentially available site. I think that was as far as that went, but so, the point being that we have, multiple, town office space considerations, and, we have some very, prime property on Salisbury Street that, we have, planned to develop in a certain way. I guess one part of this is to what degree do we want to revisit, that proposal? Just so I introduced that to kind of spur your thoughts or questions about it. So.
And just also an additional thing to think about is that, so one of the items that the downtown board has been looking at is that the site on Salisbury Street, and they have some ideas for that. That's not in their current budget because we have advised them that the board needs to have a more holistic look at that site and what we want to do with it going forwards before they make a plan for it, obviously. But just so you know that that's also, they have some ideas, essentially, I think Teresa sort of hinted at the pop-up park, idea and stuff. But, I think that we need to look, at it really carefully in terms of what we want to do with that. property. And that's sort of where this also comes from, but taking into consideration, if we did hire an assistant town manager, we currently do not have any funds for that person. We don't have really any more room at town hall to expand. There's potentially a little bit of space, at the Main Street Station, what we currently have there. But again, with the additional positions that, engineering is looking for and stuff, I mean, we will outgrow that space rather quickly. We are in talks with, Keith about some additional office space there when it opens up, but that's not going to be right away. So.
I think there's space at the mill, at the Chatham Mill.
What about Brian Grusbeck's closet?
Well, so right now that we have actually turned that into a document storage, secure sort of document storage for town clerk records and for finance records. Because we do not have an actual lot of closet space either in town hall for storage of those documents.
So we had 30,000 for digitization. So
Yes.
that should-
Right, that's only for the planning department.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
glad to see that.
Yeah.
So I apologize, Kent, that I missed the first part of your comments, but I caught your wrap up. And I think I got a sense of what's going on. I didn't miss anybody offering us $9 million for our previous town hall site.
No, that
Nope.
would be nice.
Okay. Oh, now I've lost it. I didn't have a contribution, but that joke took it out of me. Yeah. I'm sorry, it'll come back.
I guess I thought part of our talks about going to Main Street Station was that it was expandable, so to speak, especially going to the second floor of there, that there's capacity we could expand it in the future.
Yes, I mean, so we do have, so there still is space, in it. Like, so, quite a few of those offices, sort of can be doubled up a little bit.
I'm not even
But there
talking about
is
that.
also
necessarily, yeah.
additional, so they're on the second floor and on our side of the building, there are 3 offices that are currently rented to somebody else,
Right.
which we have already indicated to you that when those free up, we are going to want them.
Mhm.
And then there is potentially additional space, on the opposite side, depending, it just wouldn't be, maybe not ideal or whatever, but
Yeah.
there is space, obviously, with an additional cost that we could get some additional space.
Yeah.
So, yes, that is. an
And
option.
that's medium term or short term or medium
Right.
term or something too. I mean, I think
Yes,
to me, the new town hall, it was not, I don't think it was that any of us didn't want to do it. It was that we couldn't afford to do it. And I think
Yeah.
that's the same situation. We couldn't get funding and we couldn't afford to do the project. I don't think that has changed. It's probably gotten worse.
no, and I mean, I do think that, it was the funding, but also then I feel like we were having discussions about potentially changing the use of some of that space, meaning that we had further conversations with the county, talks about, do we want to have a boardroom in there taking up that much square footage
Mhm.
rather than using this space, you know what I mean? That sort of, and now, maybe revisiting some of that.
Right.
And then maybe, do we, this is again, do we build a slightly smaller building that might not cost as much, or do we, those types of conversations. I think that's. makes sense.
I mean, I think that it's probably hard to project staff levels too, but I mean, I think we make a plan for the next 5 years and then a plan to see what we want to put there in 5 years or something like that, which then opens up possibilities for parking for the next 5 years or park for this other thing. I mean, I think, well, you're right. I mean, I think we do need to make some type of declaration of like, we're not going to use that lot, or we're going to that lot's going to be parking for the next 6 years. So like some resolution about that so that we can do other things if we want to. But at some point, I think we're going to need to build a town hall. but I don't know if we can project when we'd be able to afford to build a town hall that would be what we'll need in 20 years.
Right, and I don't know, whether it's worth having, essentially, again, maybe in conjunction with whatever study we do for the police department is looking at, another, there's space on our current lot too. I mean, we could build a
Right.
sizable building
Right.
that could house police and admin,
Mhm.
as maybe an interim,
Right.
or whatever. I mean, it might not be as big as that structure. It might be somewhere in between. I don't know. And I'm not sure if how closely that was examined before we went down this road, because I think that might have been maybe towards the beginning of when I started.
Well, and there's a lot of, I mean, I think we need to, generally, I think we need to schedule another joint meeting with the county, but when we had that one, there was a lot of talk about county facilities, what's happening with those
Yeah.
and space that would open up. All of those might also be interim space also, but I mean, between us and the county, particularly the county, there's a lot of office space
Mhm.
downtown that's going to free up at various intervals. So I mean, I think we got to work really close with them. There's a sheriff's department that's going to free up at an interval. So
Just, just a couple thoughts I'll drop in about as I've given it some thought. I know that there is a, definite and growing interest in the community as it relates to cultural arts. So, that's a thought. And, particularly for the downtown property. And then, certainly there are lots of resources, available to us to think about how we might jointly develop on the site with, private interest. So that's just a couple thoughts I'll drop in, but we just want to kind of bring this forward today to kind of revisit and at least, start the thought process.
So jointly develop in what manner with private sector?
Just say, for instance, maybe it becomes some type of mixed use building. With the street level, business and, some accommodation on a second floor for, some public or civic space. And there's a branch or division at the School of Government that focuses on working with jurisdictions on putting together those type of projects.
Specifically public-private partnership.
Yes.
I think it's an interesting development financing.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, it brings to mind fond memories of our fantasies at this point of the school board building being a mixed-use center. We had never talked about it having any civic or government programming in it, but yeah, I'm very much in favor of the idea of working with private sector developers for things like that. Heather, do we have any insight or has Heath given us insight into when that other lease next door is going to come up? I understand you
I
communicated our
can't
desire.
remember when the 3 offices that are on our side
Yeah.
are available.
So he might have shared it with you.
Yeah.
Not that I need to know, it just,
Yeah, and then I'm not sure if there's actually currently space available on the other side.
you know, I was just kind of curious, is this like a 6-month or a 3-year thing? And
It's probably a staggered. I mean, there's a
And
staggered.
I mean, and we know the YMCA is leaving in
Right,
2
right.
years
So
or
I mean,
something
at
like
some
that.
point, he's gonna have additional space, freed up for the YMCA, obviously, we would need to do a little more, there would need to be a little more upfit
Outfit,
on
yeah.
that
That'll be
area.
our gym.
Hey, that would be a super nice benefit.
There used to be one behind the ABC store and nobody ever went, except the cops.
To the ABC store or the?
In the back of the ABC.
So, and then, I mean, he has also indicated that he would love, he has a space right below us that is unfinished. But that obviously we don't have sewer allocation for. But that he would love to upfit, you know, that we could have office space there as well. So, so there is space there. It is, I mean, I think everybody really is enjoying that space. It's very convenient between town hall and planning and engineering to be right down the street. And obviously much easier for parking, I think, and visibility. But
So my thought or observation about the current site, I echo Kyle, your thoughts that we need to come to a consensus and be clear about what our intentions are. I would hope that we not do anything infrastructure intensive or investments in permanence to change the program. And Mr. Messick, I'm gonna stick my neck out here a little bit and think that perhaps there's an imaginable future where you might retire and perhaps even the rest of the block might be available. Because it occurs to me that, I mean, I think I've heard from several different places, directions, that one of the reasons that building came out to be so expensive is that the parking deck was custom. And a larger parking deck could be done in a way that used modular components for more cheap construction, for lower cost construction. And if the downtown Main Street program study on parking comes up that we need more parking, then, you know, I wonder if we might consider a larger footprint in the future. Dare I say.
John wants your office.
No, just the land.
It's like, yeah.
Just the land.
Sewer.
It's got.
Oh, yeah, super.
We've got parking spaces too.
But,
I'll be glad to talk to somebody about that.
Talk to our attorney.
Talk about a conflict of interest.
Be cheaper than a new town hall.
yeah. Oh, I had thought about it that way, just current use of the building, yeah. You have any subletters?
Nope. Well, it's a law firm, but other than that.
What's the vision out at Diane Street? Is there a thought about replacing that building out there? Because you mentioned that it's.
Yeah, I mean, I think and I think we could see in the study that Hobbs did that, you know, there's a need for more appropriate kind of administrative space out there, although it would probably be small, just, you know, for public works admin. Possibly some additional storage, you know, covered storage. I think those type of things, maybe some even open air equipment storage, those type of things.
Is that where the 32 by 28 shelter was requested?
yes,
Probably.
and there is also some additional just maintenance on the existing building. that needs to be done.
Yeah.
So,
It's an older metal building.
The water, when it rains, like, you know, tomorrow, Saturday, you know, the water runs right in from the yard into the shop area. So
Beautiful.
we do have included in the budget, redoing the fencing around the shop and installing, an electric gate. So that it is a more secure facility.
Well, are we feeling like this is what, well, for one thing, I'd like to say that I think we've accomplished great things today. And it's always just really spectacular to have staff and really be able to understand their needs and their thoughts. And I know I always look forward to this each year. So are there any further things we need to discuss or ask?
I had just a lingering kind of uncertainty. Ken, I wanted to be sure that you had gotten out of the board what you needed in terms of direction or guidance or input on strategic plan. Because I wasn't sure exactly what you were seeking.
Yeah, I mean, I think our formal question, I guess, was, we're thinking that since we have a signed proposal and a budget that had been established, that we would, move forward with that effort.
With Triangle J?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
unless there's, concern in some way, that's what we will do.
Good.
All right. Well, if there's nothing further, it is 4:30 and thank you, everybody, for coming. I don't know that I've seen Pam on, but she has been, okay? And we are.
Oh, she raised her hand.
Thank you, Pam. We've missed you in person today, but glad you've been a part of this, okay?
Is she able to speak?
She raised her hand right away.
There she is. All right, well,
Did you want to speak?
Winston. Yeah, cool.
No, I'm good.
thank you, Pam.
Thanks, Pamela.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Emma will be conducting Monday's meeting with the board. And I have to be out of town. And so she kindly consented to bring the mayor pro tem in lieu of the mayor. So I'm delighted that she'll have that opportunity. All right. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you.
Need a formal motion for adjournment?
Started.
Workshop?
Know that we did to begin with.